This year we were supposed to have our ESICM Datathon in Amsterdam. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we couldn't do a face-to-face event. But following on the successes of the previous 2 years, where in Milan we had more than 450 people between data scientists, ICU professionals, we thought we still had to do a datathon again. So even if we are not meeting in person, don't worry, there will be the opportunity to work on databases, to do teams, to challenge each other, and at the end of this competition we will see who is going to be the winner together in a live event that we are going to do on our ESICM platform. So good luck to the teams and enjoy the competition.
Now you have an opportunity to work as a team with programmers, data scientists, specialists in machine learning, specialists in programming languages, but most of all, domain experts for intensive care medicine. So this is intensive care specialists, junior doctors specializing in intensive care, or doctors with a general interest in intensive care, and the data scientists to come together and do your magic.
This year we were supposed to have our ESICM Datathon in Amsterdam. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we couldn't do a face-to-face event. But following on the successes of the previous 2 years, where in Milan we had more than 450 people between data scientists, ICU professionals, we thought we still had to do a datathon again. So even if we are not meeting in person, don't worry, there will be the opportunity to work on databases, to do teams, to challenge each other, and at the end of this competition we will see who is going to be the winner together in a live event that we are going to do on our ESICM platform. So good luck to the teams and enjoy the competition.
Now you have an opportunity to work as a team with programmers, data scientists, specialists in machine learning, specialists in programming languages, but most of all, domain experts for intensive care medicine. So this is intensive care specialists, junior doctors specializing in intensive care, or doctors with a general interest in intensive care, and the data scientists to come together and do your magic.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. My name is Maurizio Cecconi. I am the president of the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine. And on behalf of the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine, I would like to welcome you all to the third edition of our Critical Care Datathon. The first two editions were editions that we were able to hold face-to-face in Milan. They were a great success with hundreds of people coming from all over the world. That's where we learn about bringing together clinicians and data scientists to challenge each other in a friendly environment on research questions on databases. So it's great that we are able to hold this datathon this year. With the challenges of not meeting in person, we were still able to put together more than 160 participants, and they put themselves together in 16 teams. And today you will be able to listen to and to view the best 9 projects, the teams that made it to the final for this grand finale. This event has been made possible thanks to the great work of the data science section of ESICM. And I would like to thank particularly Ari Ercole and Paul Elbers and their teams to work on this. Also Amsterdam UMC for hosting us and providing some technical support, the technical teams of ESIC as well, the ESICM office, and our sponsor, GE, that is supporting us today. I have a great honor to introduce a very important speaker, first of all. We've learned during this pandemic how important it is for scientific societies to work together with European institutions. We had a great collaboration for training together with the European Commission, and we exchange very often together with institutions. So it's great that we have Dr. Roberto Viola with us today. Dr. Roberto Viola is the Director General of the Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology of the European Commission, which is the department responsible to develop a digital single market to generate smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth in Europe. As a Director General, Roberto Viola oversees the entirety of the DG's activities, including regarding the job done by the unit eHealth. He also directly reports to the European Commissioner for Health. He has been author of a number of scientific publications and patents in the area of telecommunication system research, navigation and broadcasting systems, transmission systems, and was awarded the European Space Agency Inventor Medal and the Marconi Prize for the best Italian doctoral thesis in telecommunications. Roberto Viola and his counterpart from the Director General Santé, Xavier Prats-Monet, have set up a task force aimed at developing the Commission's digital strategy for eHealth for health in 2017, in order to harness the potential of data and technology in order to deliver better health and care conditions in Europe. Roberto Viola holds a doctorate in electronic engineering and a master in business administrations, and I'm very grateful that Roberto Viola is with us today. So welcome, Dr. Viola, and thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cecconi, for the kind words in the introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really glad to be in this datathon, and I'm really grateful for the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine for the work, commendable work you do every day, and especially doing this every special days of the pandemic. The gratitude of the society as a whole, you know, and you have the gratitude of the European Commission and my team, which in a very humble way tries to help. I'm not coming to this meeting just to say important things with words, but I would like to come with concrete results and areas where we can cooperate even further. Let me start with the achievements in terms of how concretely we are contributed to the intensive care medicine, especially in the area of data. As you know, as a result of pandemic, we have done many things in digital, and we have done a call in particular for blending intensive care medicine with data And we have selected, out of this 60 million euro call last year, we have selected 3 projects. The project Envision, which is the intelligent plug-and-play digital tool for real-time surveillance of COVID-19 patients and smart decision-making in intensive care units. The project ICU for COVID, which is cyber physical intensive care medicine for COVID-19. And actually, this project is also another twin. That's why I'm talking about 3 projects. And this is just a small token that we have given to the important issue of blending, and making the life of ICU frontline staff much more easy with data-driven decision-making. We have been working during this pandemic in all sorts of directions. We have donated AI-powered CT scans to many European hospitals. We are donating, as we speak, roughly 500 very, very sophisticated cleaning robots, especially directed to ICU environments or COVID areas of hospitals. These robots are completely automated, so they do not require man intervention, and they can disinfect an area in very little time. Because we have understood how complicated it is the turnaround of patients when disinfection has to take place. So we have donated those robots to hospitals that want to experiment this technology with us, and we are continuing doing that. We have the largest projects in the world for repurposing drugs using supercomputing. We have already, one particular repurposed drug which is under clinical experimentation, and the supercomputing activity and the modeling activity has found another 4 or 5 which are candidates for clinical trials. Also, through the modeling, now we have a 3D model, high resolution 3D model of the virus, and all the existing variants are being tracked in a library which is publicly available for scientists around the world. In this respect, we have established cooperation with the United States. We have cooperation with Korea, and more recently with India, trying to give our knowledge in order to improve the understanding of the structure of the virus and the variants. We also have worked with data and whatever we have available to understand the seasonality or the influence of climate and other factors to the virus. And we have achieved a number of results which have been published. So in other words, we try to really, use as much as possible data and technology to help those as you that are frontline. Now, this is one important element of our digital life of the pandemic. The other one is clearly what we're trying to do to reopen the society to normal life. Now, if I would have proposed to the European member states to do a digital system for certification of vaccination or other proof based on digital signal for hundreds of million citizens, I would have been hosted in a madhouse, because this would have been seen crazy. And now this is reality. It has basically specification for the system have been approved in April, and 1st of June, the system goes live. Now, I find it a little step, but a determining step, which will probably and hopefully will bring us into a new era where we hope to have patient data records available in digital format, readily available. I think your community, more than any other community, understands how it's important to have available a data record of a patient. Because maybe you treat with patients that cannot speak, patients which are totally confused, And so acquiring the data of the patient life, medical life, in matter of seconds, it's really something that is life-saving. And again, I'm preaching the converter, so I don't need to explain to you, but I need to explain to the ministers this thing. Now, and of course, cross-border, because I mean, if something happens somewhere else, once again, those data must be available. And this little step about the digital corona certificates demonstrates that this is a possibility which is not in science fiction. We have adopted the recommendation back in February 2018 with the specification of all the standards that need to make this data record safe and readable in terms of reading, I mean, information which are about clinical images, about discharge letters, exams, and whatever else. I mean, we have to stop being a hostage of vendors that sell to hospitals incompatible data solutions. This is not acceptable. It's not acceptable because it goes against the basic right of the patient to be treated in the best possible way, and the basic right of an hospital to actually save in terms of funding and have the maximum out of the data which are generated. Of course, this is simple to say, difficult to realize, because we now face many incompatible systems when it comes to technology and many incompatible regional or national systems. But an effort which is now started because of the pandemic, it was already there, but was just a little bit of theory, but now it's real, is that everyone has understood the importance to have a medical record. Many recovery plans in member states now have as a target to establish a national health record with investments that are of the order of billions of euros. We are extremely happy that this is happening and will be very serious now in monitoring. Now, what does it mean for intensive care medicine? I think that you can draw the conclusions yourself. First of all, it means that the triage of patients is much easier, but then there's a sort of continuum between what you acquire of a patient, what will happen during the stay in intensive care unit. And now, I mean, then this becomes an event that remains in the history of those patients. And overall, we are also, of course, very much interested into the data analytics and the other consideration that we can do with those anonymized data. And then I move to our second dream project, which is more than a dream, it's a very concrete project, which is the European Health Data Space. The more the data, the more we have knowledge. The more the data, especially for you, it means the more you can predict things. And that means that we need critical mass. We need, and that's why it's laudable what you are doing. And really, I preach the leadership of the Intensive Care Medicine Society on this. And you will have DG Connect as a strong ally in all this. And I do hope that in the European Health Data Space, we can create together the intensive care data space. And I really commit that we will, on our side, make sure that this requires the necessary funding together with our colleagues and friends of DG Sante and the necessary attention. And so I will be very happy to continue working with you in establishing this. And I think this will be part of a larger effort in terms of creating this health data space. Let me mention another area where we are very active, we continue to be very active, which is genomics. We have this so-called Codified 1 million genome project. We hope that the genomes will be many more than 1 million, but this is the minimum target. And we have now all the member states that joined the project. And of course, why it's so important to have large data sets? Because now we have large supercomputers, or smaller if necessary. So we can do all sorts of cross-sectoral analysis. We can do all sorts of investigation which are necessary. Today, I just finished a meeting with an eminent virologist, and he says we have now quite an important genetic database on certain COVID areas where we're badly hit by COVID, and we still don't completely understand why in certain family groups, certain persons are affected and certain persons are unaffected. But now we have the genetic data, and we would like now to start understanding more if you can help us with supercomputing. And I said, yes, be my guest. Yes, be my guest. Maybe in the outcomes of intensive care unit, sometimes you have the same question. Why certain patients have an outcome and others have a different outcome? Be our guest to use the European data space with this, to use the computing power, the modeling. And on modeling, it's our next ambition. We have now, for our future in computing, two flagship models we would like to develop. One is the model of our Mother Earth, so what we call, it's called the Destination Earth project, where every ecosystem of the Earth should have a model. We are starting with the extreme weather events, which, if predicted, could be really life-saving. And the same for the human body. We have an important project, which many of you probably know, which is the Human Brain Project, which is a DG Connect project of more than 1 billion funding, where we are at the beginning of this journey to understand the brain and to map the brain cells. And we would like to continue. We would like to continue with the immune system. And we like to continue with many, let me call it, subsystems that are part of our body. Because the more we understand the models of functioning, of course, the more we can test in silico new remedies. And you also, your community, sorry to say it, but I mean, I say it lightly, can do simulations of outcome. And frankly, much better for all of us, I mean, that you do simulation on simulated bodies and simulated data sets rather than, it's like, I mean, pilot simulating, I mean, what they do routinely, I mean, to simulate, I mean, that you fly with an engine on fire or whatever. Now, this ICU simulation is one of our objects, I mean, to have ICU simulators in a way that you can actually test out, I mean, different strategies. Again, if you are interested in this journey, please do join us in this effort. We will try to federate different communities to work together, the community of computational dynamics and I mean, the informatics, the community of supercomputing center, the specialists, the data scientists, and you. I mean, trying to create this blending that, and of course, geneticists and modelists and other specialists in the area of medicine. And it's by blending, I mean, by blending all of this, now we create this new way of looking at twinning what is real with what comes out of data and algorithms. So I hope that this is a journey that once again we can do together, and I'm very happy then to answer your question if I will be able to do that. That I cannot guarantee, because I'm really an outlier in this community, which I have a lot of respect for.
Dr. Viola, thank you so much for your address. And I would say that if you consider yourself an outsider in the community, I was surprised by how aligned your vision is to ours. So I can only say that as a society, we are completely in line with your project. And as we already discussed in a previous meeting, we will be very happy to be your partner in this and to work together. I have maybe one short question, because as a society, we have the vision to improve clinical care and to have excellent clinical care for patients and families. And we have education and research as leading lights in this. And of course, education is something that we do often with events and so on. We see a lot the value of having a data space for intensive care where we can do this research and, as you say, even maybe thinking about simulating outcomes. I just would like you to make maybe a short comment about GDPR. GDPR, when it came out, was something that was scaring a bit clinicians and researchers. actually, if I read it properly, I see a lot of opportunities to share anonymized data for the good of the larger group of patients, for the sake of patients. And I think as clinicians and scientists, we have the duty to use data to inform further care. So I maybe would like you to hear your view on this and to make a comment on this part.
Thank you, Dr. Cecconi. Thank you for this question, because it allows to me to complement what I said. That this is the link you made is the important link between what I explained about the patient data records and the clinical use of it in many distant ways, either to cure the patient, but also to have a statistical database and a data space which is richer. Now, this is, as you said, and you are perfectly right, is perfectly allowed under GDPR. But what we thought is that maybe hospitals sometimes are a bit afraid, I mean, of the unintended consequence not to treat a very delicate object like GDPR in the right way. And this sometimes impedes the data shared. So we know that there are millions of images that are somewhere in the cellars of hospitals, and they are locked down just for the fear of GDPR, to be frank. That's why one of our other big projects is the free cancer data images that we are sponsoring under Horizon 2020. We'll continue to sponsor to create really a large database of cancer images that can be data mined. So on this point, we have proposed a few months ago a new legislation which is called the European Data Governance Act, that introduces the concept of data donation, which already exists, but in an actionable way. So like, a little bit like organ donation, the citizens in their data record, they can opt for data donation, which I would do immediately. I mean, today I would not know to do it. Maybe all of you, many of you would immediately say, why not use my data for improving medical research? But how to do it? I mean, you tell the hospital, you tell one branch of the hospital, the other one doesn't know. So we are trying to create what we call, not-for-profit data brokers, where you can tell this particular organization, yes, here I am, use my data for improving research. And then this will be recorded. And then, this organization will actually allow this data and make this data available to the scientific community. This is more or less the way we think it should work. Because I agree with you, we have to work on this very important principle of our digital life, which is protecting the data, but this should not be an impediment. And frankly, GDPR, it is not. The problem is that, doctors or engineers are not particularly at ease with law, and sometimes we get to the reflex of being overprotected. That's why we are facilitating this. Another thing which I would like to say about GDPR and in general data, there's another important legislation we proposed, which is the new, brand new regulation on artificial intelligence. Now, there what we have discovered out of this pandemic. Yes, we have donated, as I said, this AI-based CT scans. But the only string attached with this donation was to ask the doctors using it a report of whether they find it useful, what was their feedback, or whatever. So the feedback was, yes, it is useful because sometimes the bilateral pneumonia can only be detected after, the patient is negative, and the test detects to be positive after 3 or 4 days, but in some patients, there are already the signs of bilateral pneumonia. And this AI enhanced reading, it's very useful to spot those cases that can be really, fatal in terms of outcome. But they say, we noticed that this algorithm was not trained with Europeans. We noticed that the algorithm could be much better if the training data sets would have been representative of European patients or European lungs. And yeah, because we could procure what we could procure at that time on the market. Now, the new AI regulation says you should train the data with a representative sample of the population, which you need to treat. The second thing, you are obliged to tell the user what is going to be the performance. Where is the data set? Where is the performance of the algorithm? So imagine some vendor comes to you with a fantastic AI algorithm for intensive care. I think, first of all, you have the right to test it. Secondly, you become a kind of co-designer and start to ask those kind of questions. Where the data set comes from? Is it representative of the population I'm treating? So there we need a lot of cooperation with your society to fine-tune this regulation, to make sure that, I mean, you as potential users are also the verifiers that whatever AI is being introduced, which I think it will be extremely useful in the work you do, we make sure that you are comfortable with the algorithm, with the data set, with the transparency on which things have been done, and you can always expect what's going on in terms of future release on updates.
I completely agree with what you said, and I think, again, we would be very happy to work with you in the future on this project, because they're exactly the project that we think are important for data science in intensive care from our society. So once again, we will follow up with some meetings, and please take us as members on board of this journey, because we're very happy to work again with you and the European Commission for this and for our patients.
With pleasure. You remember the novel of Asimov, Incredible Voyage, when a group of doctors was miniaturized and injected inside the patient? I feel we are at this stage of evolution, that we can now, thanks to data algorithms, zoom in inside the bodies and really start this incredible voyage. So with pleasure, you can be part of the group.
Thank you so much. Dr. Viola, thank you so much for joining us. I know you have a very busy schedule, and we really appreciate you being with us, opening the Datathon today. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you very much.
And with this, I would like to bring on stage the chair of the data science section of the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine, Professor Ari Ercole. He's a friend. We've known each other for a number of years. He's a consultant in neurointensive care at Cambridge University Hospital NHS Foundation Trust, and a honorary senior researcher associate in the Division of Anesthesia. His principal research focus involves the physiological measurement, support, and resuscitation of critically ill patients, in particular patients that have sustained life-threatening severe trauma. His other interests include data-driven research, and he chairs, as I said, the data science section of ESIC. Hello, Ari, how are you?
Hi there. Hi there, Maurizio. Many thanks for that introduction. Fantastic. Well, a great pleasure to be here on this finale of the Datathon. It's like a month ago. It seems like such a long time ago now. And I'm just going to sort of give a very quick discussion of some highlights of some of the things that have happened over the month. I have to say, when we started this project, I was a little bit nervous and worried and about how it was all going to go, but it's gone absolutely fantastically, really, really fantastically. So a month ago, our teams were set up. There's a whole load of new things here. This is the first time that we've had 160 people. This is one of our biggest datathons that we've run, and we set 160 people the tasks, one of 3 tasks, to look at atrial fibrillation, or look at steroids, or look at lactate in the intensive care unit. And it's been absolutely fantastic, really fantastic journey. The other new thing about it was this is the first time in a datathon that we've really used the Amsterdam UMC database, which is another first freely accessible European ICU database. That's 23,000 patients, about 20,000 patients, 23,000 episodes of really highly granular data. Another first, unfortunately, because of COVID, this has had to be in a virtual event, but it's been difficult. How do you get a group of so many people over a month to work together on things that are that are new? And it's been amazing watching people use technology to facilitate working in teams. So we've had our Slack sort of community. I looked at the analytics earlier. Nearly 11,500 messages have been passed backwards and forwards between these teams. That's nearly a third of a gigabyte of discussion. And if you look at the graph at the bottom, the amazing thing is that you can see that it's been sustained over a whole month. People have been working consistently on their projects over the whole month, which is a really amazing thing to see. And actually, when you drill down into that, you can see that people have kind of really learned how to use digital platforms to work and cooperate together. So at the beginning, where people were posting in public channels, it was very much sort of notice board and trying to understand what the big picture of things. But as you can see, as we moved later into the month, people starting to post in private channels and direct messages to each other. So people really using online platforms as a mechanism to communicate with each other and facilitate this kind of work remotely. So another sort of first for datathons. So we had 16 teams, and we've had to move those to 9 finalists that have presented abstracts. We've been chosen to present abstracts today, and we're looking at some really interesting work, which I think is going to be a fascinating afternoon. Unfortunately, we have to move towards finding 3 winners. So I think we'll move on to actually starting to hear from what the teams and see some of their results, I hope.
Thank you very much, Ari, for this introduction. And I say, I think is the time probably to move to the next session. So thank you very much for staying with the opening, and we can now start again for the sake of time. I really look forward now to hear the teams. I know some of the teams, so I know that they are anxious and a bit nervous, but the important thing is, as you say, that they probably had quite a lot of fun playing with data for the last month. And now it's their moment to be on stage to present this.
Absolutely. So what we're going to do for the next afternoon, we've interspersed so that there's lots of variety of things to do. We've interspersed the abstracts with some other going to be fascinating talks in the afternoon. We're going to do chunks of three chunks of 3 abstracts, and we're going to start with Team 4, which is Moebius team. Alex will be presenting on that. The teams will have 7 minutes. I'm going to try and keep them really tightly to time. 7 minutes to present their work, and then that will give us 3 minutes for each for questions. If people have questions, please put them in the chat, and we'll try and ask some questions to the teams as well. So I'll hand over to the first team, Team Moebius, Team 4, who's going to tell us about their work on steroids.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so my name is Alex Fabregat, and I'm going to present the work by Team 4, Moebius. The title is Impact of Corticosteroid Administration Timing on Hemodynamic Stabilization and Outcomes in Septic Shock Patients. It is well known that sepsis and septic shock is linked to high morbidity, mortality, and cost. The state of the art, from randomized controlled trials, systematic reviews, and meta-analysis, recommends the use of corticosteroid for vasopressor-dependent septic shock patients. Specifically, corticosteroids are recommended if noradrenaline doses above 0.1 milligrams per kilogram per minute fail to stabilize the patient. What we don't know, however, we have limited data on what should be this ideal, what should be the optimal timing and dosage of this corticosteroid. Our plan is to use machine learning techniques to elucidate, to find the link, the relation between clinical outcomes and relevant predictors accounting for such timing and dosage. So what the first thing we did is to elucidate the footprint of a septic shock. We took our cohort of septic shock patients, and we aligned them in time using the first dose of noradrenaline. And then we took the average over the entire cohort, and this is what you can see on the panel on the left, showing the evolution, the temporal evolution of the average blood pressure. What you can clearly see is the footprint, the signature of the septic shock as a fast decay, a fast drop in the pressure that is only reversed as soon as the patient starts receiving noradrenaline. If this strategy fails, then the clinicians eventually may decide to start the administration of hydrocortisone, and this is shown in the panel on the right. It's an analogous panel, but now the time has been aligned using the first dose of hydrocortisone. This is, of course, the average picture. But each of the patients individually may exhibit a really complex and complicated drug administration pattern, as you can see on the panel on the left, showing the administration, the time for administration of noradrenaline in red, dopamine in orange, epinephrine in magenta, and hydrocortisone in blue for 10 randomly selected patients. So it's a zoo. It's a really complex pattern of administration that in the end we wanted to boil down to some collection, some predictors that we came up and listed on the panel on the right. The obvious one is to account for the initiation gap, the difference in time, the difference in the initialization of the administration of noradrenaline and hydrocortisone. The same thing, the gap at the end of the administration, the effective total administration time, the percentage of total time with simultaneous administration, the cumulative doses of both drugs, the pressure at nora and hydro administration initiation, and why not we create another dummy predictor to account for whether or not we are meeting this criteria that I mentioned before, 0.1 micrograms per kilogram per minute of noradrenaline. Other basic data sets predictors, age, height, weight, and gender groups, SOFA and APACHE2 and non-administration initiation, surgery and location. And we defined 3 different outcomes: mortality at 14 and 28 days after the septic shock, defined or identified as the first noradrenaline administration, and shock reversal, defined or identified as 12 consecutive hours with normal blood pressure without drugs. I want to say that I'm only going to talk about mortality at 14 days because we haven't found big differences among these outcomes. So first, we were a little bit ambitious, and we plan to keep the time as a predictor and use sophisticated techniques like long-term memory neural networks to investigate the dynamics of the patient. The initial results were not that promising, so eventually we decided to be a little bit more modest and use classical tools like classical classifiers like logistic regression and gradient boosting. It's worth mentioning that the ETL has been wrapped up as a package to facilitate the communication and the sharing with other groups or other people that can be interested in this work. So what I'm showing here is an example of these results. What you are seeing in the panel on the right is the list of all the features ordered in order of importance. So the top one are the most important, the bottom one is the least important. The colors represent the feature value, and any departures to the right accounts for or is associated to increased mortality. Any departures to the left is associated to a decrease in the mortality. And so somehow we found, so to speak, 3 different kinds of predictors. The first one is the obvious one, so to speak. For instance, this is the case of the most important predictor, the total cumulative dose of noradrenaline. That is the one that explains most of the variability in the mortality at 14 days. And we said that it's obvious because we expected that the patients in more severe conditions are the ones that are going to receive largest amount of noradrenaline and are obviously the most likely to die. The second one in green are the ones that we somehow expected to be really relevant, and they turn out not to be so. Among those is the main timing predictor, which is the gap between the starting of the administration of hydrocortisone and noradrenaline. And we were also surprised to find that this other predictor, the mid condition that accounts for whether or not this threshold was there or not, we were surprised to find out that this one is not important either. And finally, we have in orange, what we have is the ones that somehow show up to be resulted to be important, to be relevant. And this, for instance, accounts for in this group, we have the fraction of simultaneous administration of both drugs. We initially thought that this could be in the first category, so somehow an obvious one, because maybe when the patient is in a severe condition, the doctor, the clinician just tries to administer anything that is at his disposal. In order to clarify this point, we stratified this feature using the APACHE2, and this is what you can see on the left in these box plots. And what you can see is that there is a consistent result, namely that the fraction of time with simultaneous noradrenaline and hydrocortisone administration is strongly associated, or is significantly associated, to mortality at 14 days. To wrap up, the lag between the initialization of the administration of noradrenaline and hydrocortisone has not been found to affect the patient outcome. However, large percentage of simultaneous administration seem to be associated to higher mortality. Results, our preliminary results, fail to back up the 0.1 micrograms per kilogram per minute of noradrenaline criteria. As I already mentioned, those are really very preliminary results that may suffer from some relevant limitations in the analysis. We also identify, or we think that there are some limitations in the data set as well. We think that we miss data on comorbidities that we think is an important piece of information to guarantee the quality and the accuracy of the models. On behalf of Team 4, Moebius, I would like to thank the organizers and the rest of the team for this amazing experience. And I like to wish best of luck to all the groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Really nice presentation. And again, for those watching that weren't involved in the datathon, I think it's just worth stressing just how much work goes into pulling these kinds of data out of the database, cleaning, processing, and getting things going. This will be the same for all of the presentations that we hear this afternoon. Interesting results, and sort of goes along with surviving sepsis in terms of whether we really should be using steroids or not. Do you think the patients actually achieve their blood pressure target? I mean, the use of noradrenaline is a sort of surrogate for it's a treatment, you know, which is a surrogate for blood pressure. Do you think that these patients actually achieve their blood pressure? So do you look at blood pressure as a feature?
Well, that was just so we were interested in looking at the blood pressure because it seemed to us that this was the obvious. I'm not a clinician, so my answer can be a little bit limited. But the average blood pressure was, to our knowledge, was the major piece of data to look at when one wants to identify the septic shock. We think that this 1 hour resolution in this variable is probably a little bit too large. This sampling rate is a little bit too large because, as you can see, the administration of noradrenaline on average starts at 75 millimeters of mercury, which means that somehow this value would be a little bit surprising for most of the clinicians. But this is probably the result of, as I said, having time beans that are 1 hour long, sorry.
Yeah. Paul or Patrick, any comments from you guys?
Absolutely nice visualizations you used in your presentation, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I was wondering, because it's always tricky when you're using these kind of databases, what kind of definition did you use to decide whether or not the patient was not on adrenaline? Was it completely stopped, or did you look at a specific value? Or
so could you repeat again?
Yeah, I was wondering how you defined when the patient was not in shock. I mean, I understood that you used whether or not the patient was still receiving noradrenaline, right?
Yes. Okay. So all the patients in our cohort receive noradrenaline and hydrocortisone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, but one of the things you looked at was when the patients were out of shock, you had the definition, right? One of the definition was that the noradrenaline infusion should have stopped, right?
I think so. Yeah. This is you are correct. Yeah. The thing is that we had a little bit of so identifying the septic shock was a little bit tricky, and we follow some pieces of code that were available from the organizers to identify these patients. So maybe in the future, if there are somehow these type of patients, the patients that undergo a septic shock are going to be readily identified.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're running just 5 minutes behind time, so just in the interest of time, what I'm going to do is continue. Thank you again. Congratulations, Alex. Some fantastic work. Really nice data. Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next team, which is Team 5. Team 5 is called the Missing Data. And they're going to be talking to us about atrial fibrillation or their atrial fibrillation analysis. If I can ask Pier Francesco to come onto the virtual stage.
Here, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pier Francesco Caruso, and I'm presenting on behalf of the team, the Missing Data. Today, I would like to talk to you about supervised machine learning and the possibility of prediction in new onset atrial fibrillation in ICU patients, especially focusing on modifiable risk factors. Have you ever wondered how common is the new onset atrial fibrillation in the intensive care units? According to the literature and as confirmed by our database, the Amsterdam database, around 10% of all the patients hospitalized in an ICU are affected by this disease. What does it bring, the atrial fibrillation? It links to an increased length of stay and higher mortality and a higher risk of stroke. When we gathered at the beginning of this datathon, we asked ourselves, are we able to predict who will have a new onset atrial fibrillation? And especially, can we focus on modifiable risk factors? So after a week of questioning and interrogating ourselves, we ended up with our primary research question. That is, if we can use supervised machine learning to predict the new onset of atrial fibrillation in intensive care unit patients. Why this? There are two main clinical reasons. The first one would be that an early identification of these patients might lead to a closer monitoring, and the second one would be that prevention per se would be the solution to the issue, so that would be great. We decided to focus especially on modifiable risk factors for two reasons again. First, they are much less studied in the literature, and secondly, they can be modified, so we can develop a strategy to tackle this problem. In our study, we selected more than 5,000 patients that were exactly divided enough in cases and controls. Our cases were patients that developed at least one episode of new onset atrial fibrillation during their stay, while controls were built using a propensity score matched demographically. Here depicted, you can see that in red, there is a distribution of the timing of the first event of the atrial fibrillation, and in blue, there is a curve that we've built for our controls to match them accordingly. Our cohort was made around 40% of the patients belonged to cardiac surgery or to the cardiological department, and the distribution of sexes was shifted towards male, but it was completely balanced between cases and controls. For the data ingestion of our model, we decided to select the vitals and the lab result. Especially, we chose to use the last available datum that was no older than 24 hours and up to 1 hour before the event. The same choice has been made for the drugs, but instead of using a single value, we decided to use the average of the dosage used in the last 24 hours. Concerning the modeling part, we decided to use a trained test set division for a random forest classifier. And moreover, we decided to make a cross-validation use a keyfold method. Here are reported the main performances of our best model. And as you can see, we reached an F1 score of around 0.7 with a standard deviation of 0.05 and an area under the curve of 0.77, which were pretty high. After that, we asked ourselves, but how does the feature importance behave in this model? Thus, we decided to make the SHAP values. Here are depicted two different models. One run only with the vitals and the lab events, while the other with the addition of the drugs. And as you can see, any point that is on the right of the zero line, it might be considered a risk factor, while on the opposite side, might be considered a protective factor. And the red color belongs to a higher risk, a higher value, sorry, of the feature. And as you can see, for example, the PEEP value set in the ventilator is actually a risk for developing a new onset atrial fibrillation. The opposite holds true for saturation and oxygenation of the blood, which can be considered protective factors when the value is high enough. Concerning the drugs, we have different kinds of drugs because, for example, for noradrenaline and furosemide that applies the same, that are demonstrated in the literature to be risk factors for atrial fibrillation. The higher the risk, the higher the chance of developing a new onset atrial fibrillation. While, for example, hydrocortisone is linked to a higher risk of atrial fibrillation, but maybe it might also be linked to the fact that hydrocortisone is given only to septic shock patients, so they are more critical patients. Last but not least, magnesium sulfate seems to be protective towards the development of the atrial fibrillation. We were very satisfied by the fact that most of the weights given by our model are clinically coherent, and we divided them in three major categories. One, the first category was the category of variables that we consider as a proxy of critical illness, where, for example, fentanyl or hydrocortisone belongs. Some are variables directly associated that have been proven in the literature, for example, furosemide and magnesium sulfate. And the third category, which is which belongs to both the previous category, as for example, noradrenaline, as I said, and PEEP. Concerning PEEP, we have found that in our cohort, the same amount of patients were ventilated and were performed a mechanical ventilation in the time that we analyzed. But what was interesting is that the PEEP value measured in our cases was statistically significant to be much higher compared to controls. Thus, when we watch PEEP, do we watch a more critical patient, or maybe the pressure of the atrium itself, on the atrium itself might be a risk factor to developing atrial fibrillation? And for example, another example would be that magnesium is measured 90% of the time in the 24 hours before. And the comparison, one interesting comparison that we found is that the same distribution could be measured between cases and controls. But when we select only the patient that were administered magnesium sulfate, the two curves diverges. So we would like to go deeper in this kind of pattern and look what happens. Last but not least, I've just shown you very few examples of what modifiable factors we could address. We have many other options, and we hope to go through them in the future. I would like to thank every team member of my team for their work, for their knowledge. It was an honor to work with you, and I would like to thank the organizer for the data availability.
Thank you. Again, another lovely piece of work, and I think some of the features that you pulled out are quite interesting, particularly the features that might relate to volume status or relative volume status. And I suppose I have two questions that sort of come from that and the features you have. One was, I mean, your PO2 is interesting, but did you include FiO2 at all? Because I mean, obviously that I couldn't see it in the list of features. But also,
yeah.
did you think about putting in sort of volume status or fluid balance or that sort of thing?
Yeah, we wanted to, obviously FiO2 especially might be very interesting, but we did not include it because there were problems in the extraction. And the fluid balance is definitely another very important issue that we already are working on extracting it, but as it's the first time that we use this database, especially for the input, it is pretty difficult to calculate it correctly, and we didn't want to risk in saying something wrong.
Agreed, it's tricky. There's a question actually in the chat, which is how you defined atrial fibrillation, but that was straight from the database, was it?
No, we actually defined as an atrial fibrillation any event that was registered as an atrial fibrillation after at least 1 hour after admission and at least 1 hour after a normal sinus rate. So we have given the time to nurses to register every patient, and we don't risk to include patients that have actually a chronic atrial fibrillation that was not simply registered since the beginning.
That makes sense. Any questions from you guys, Paul or Patrick?
Yeah, can I just ask you, Pierre Francesco, a fantastic presentation, by the way. Can you comment on the fentanyl feature? So the opioids, it seems to be kind of protective in some way, right?
No, technically, with the drugs, like for fentanyl, technically, the main issue is that if you're not taking fentanyl, you're in a kind of way protective. But I would understand a little bit better the pattern, especially I would like to go in a time series event and see the amount of fentanyl given to the patient up to that moment. Because I think that especially for drugs, the evolution over the course of the hospitalization would be much more significant as a feature for the model. So I would be like quite cautious on assessing any definitive hypothesis on drugs, but it might be linked that especially low doses might be protective. That could be, yeah, that's might be an option.
That makes sense. Yeah, thanks.
Cool. Thank you very much, Pierre Francesco. A fantastic presentation. We'll move on to the next team. The next team is Team 6, who are the clinicians of the Caribbean. We're staying with an atrial fibrillation theme. Teddy, do you want to share your screen at your presentation? Off you go.
Hi everyone, my name is Teddy. I'm team leader for Team 6. And we're working on whether we can predict atrial fibrillation in intensive care units. Atrial fibrillation is one of the most common arrhythmias in intensive care units. We know that certain conditions, sepsis or post-cardiac procedure condition, are associated with this. There are multifactorial causes from electrolytes to inflammatory load and so on, but it has an impact on patients' outcomes, length of stay, morbidity and mortality. Therefore, addressing and detecting it would be beneficial. With that in mind, we set 3 inclusion criteria to go for detect a group that we believe will be most responsive to intervention. So patients who had a new onset AF, so not chronic, new, and within the first admission to ITU, and within the first sort of initial time period admission to ITU. So these are 3 inclusion criteria we selected. Intensive care data is highly heterogeneous. There is multiple specialties and all their sick patients end up in intensive care. So we like to address this by subgroup stratification. So we separate our patient cohort. We firstly, patients who meet our inclusion criteria, then we divide into 3 groups: cardiothoracic procedures, sepsis group, and then the rest of everyone, which is essentially mixed etiology group. Once we divide into this sort of 3 groups, we essentially have similar size between cardiothoracic procedures and sepsis group, over 400, near 500, and then obviously the mixed etiology group is much larger. Then we divided ourselves into sub-teams as clinicians and data scientists, and we worked through each data table in the Amsterdam UMC database. We used Google BigQuery, and we selected all the variables that we think are important. So we came up with 148 variables, and we sliced the first 24 hours of these variables in the admission table, and then we undertake intelligent cleaning. We work together to detect outliers and treated them. We ensure that the missing values are represented adequately and fairly. We calculated the SOFA score, and all of this clean data finally result in this clean diamond data product, which we like to feed into our model development. Before we start, briefly on the descriptive statistics. So this is a table that shows total population in 3 subgroups and the patient in each subgroup that has atrial fibrillation. As known with the literature before, cardiothoracic procedure has about 10% of patient prevalence, sepsis patient about over 30% of descriptive prevalence. This slide is essentially a development of the earlier slide. So instead of with the prevalence, but now grouped together into age groups. We know that atrial fibrillation is more common in older patients. As a result, all the younger patients are grouped together, and all the boxes that I highlighted are the sort of most common patient group. And as you can see, they're all in older patient groups. Next, we plotted our SOFA score as a clinical severity marker, and we plotted SOFA score across all the groups. And interestingly, there's statistical difference between groups as well as across the whole spectrum. So from the top, we have mixed etiology group, sepsis group in the middle, and then cardiothoracic procedures group. How we then proceed on is, as we explained, with our inclusion criteria and with our subgroup, we clean the data and then we fit 2 models. The first model is a random forest model, where we use a cross-validation techniques and dimension reduction techniques to come up with a reduced model. And with that reduced model, we feed into the Cox proportional hazards model. So we use 2 models. The random forest model, in very brief, is essentially an ensemble of decision trees. It's very good for dealing with nonlinear and complex relationships. It's very intuitive, and it's a white box model. So when the model makes the decision, we can see and we can detect, and that's why important for clinical work. And Cox proportional hazards model, which we all know is a very good model. It's a regression model. It's very good at investigating the association between time to event and predictive variables. It can handle both categorical and continuous variables at the same time, which is why we're choosing these 2 models. So as discussed before, using random forest to feature reduction, again, this is a table of 3 groups: cardiothoracic, sepsis, and mixed etiology group. We start off with 148 variables, and we dimension reduce it to 30 variables. And as you can see, our ROC, AC area under the curve for ROC has improved with the reduced model, which we believe is because reduced overfitting and so on. Again, this is the same information as the table presented graphically. On the left, we have the full model with over 140 variables. On the right is the reduced model, and as you can see, there's an improvement graphically as well as numerically. All the subgroups, sepsis, cardiothoracics, and mixed, are color-coded: yellow, blue, and green. And therefore, with that reduced models, we develop into our feed into the Cox model. So here, I'd like to address group by group. So firstly, cardiothoracic procedures. On the left is the Cox hazards ratios. So the red box is highlighting the, in other words, risk factors, if you like, associated with increase in development of a new ASF. And you can see that APTTs in there. Perhaps that might be causal because it might be anticoagulated. And on the bottom, you can see the younger age, green, where you're likely to have reduced or protective risk factors or max systolic blood pressure and so on. So potentially hemodynamic stability is a protective factor. If we move on to sepsis group, again, on the top, as you can see, with older patients, lower blood glucose, which suggests maybe a more unwell patient, higher SOFA score associated with a higher hazard ratio. Please note that the scale of hazard ratio is different. As you can see, the hazard ratio on the x-axis, it go up to 2 and 2.25. Protective factors, of course, is again, urine output, age groups. When we then move on to the mixed etiology group, as you remember, mixed etiology group has larger patient populations, so our error bars are much narrower, and we support some interesting differences. So again, on the red box, highlighting the differences and the risk factors, and we can see magnesium in there. And on the green box, perhaps protective factors where there's dexamethasone in there, which may reflect inflammatory association with atrial fibrillation. So our model is limited because it's only 24-hour data, but what is reassuring is that it fits with the predictive variables in the published literature. It reaffirmed that sepsis and cardiothoracic sepsis are different etiology, and potentially things like dexamethasone come up, interestingly. From future, we like to do two separate future work. From the model point of view, we'd like to work on longer duration, work on a time-dependent model, and this is also a correlation, not a causation. From a clinical point of view, we like to see whether this actually translates to outcomes and do a trial test. Then, finally, all of this is not dark magic, it's all open, transparent, and for good science, we would like to share our code. Code is available, and we'll, after finishing the final process, we'd like to submit our code for full code check process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teddy. Lovely presentation, spot on to time as well. Some really nice words. The question actually in the chat was about how you did your imputation, as missing data, as we're going to find out very shortly. It's obviously a really important part of any of these kinds of analyses.
We didn't do imputations, and we made a decision of removing the missing values and not counting towards it. Some of them we try and do as a Boolean, so instead of a numerical variable, whether it's measured or not, and if it's not measured, we assume that is less unwell. But most of the time we remove it because we have such large variables that we could afford to do it.
Hmm. And I mean, there's obviously some risks of that you have to be sure that that's at random, that those missings are at random. I guess otherwise may introduce some bias. But did I see on your last presentation that was it the minimum magnesium was associated with an increase in hazard ratio? That seems odd to me.
Yeah. So minimum. Whether that's reflecting because patients are anticipated to develop AF and therefore magnesium is checked, and whether that's perhaps a causal position there. And similarly, like with APTT in a cardiothoracic group, it showed up as a hazard ratio is higher. Is that because the patients are anticipated to develop or have already developed, and therefore anticoagulation and measurement of APTT is there?
Any questions from other panelists?
I was wondering, I really like the idea of creating a parsimonious model. Well, could you elaborate a little bit on how you decided to drop features? What did you do? How did you decide to remove some features you might think are not needed?
So we graded based on the feature importance, and then and based on that feature reduction, and we selected the top most important features for each age group. And as you can see, the features are different. Like they reduce massively from over 140 to 30 for cardiothoracic or 12 for sepsis groups.
Okay, thank you.
Very nice. I want one last very quick question that's popped in the chat. Why urinary output rather than renal function?
I think sort of the full definition of renal function measurement of EGFR, creatinine, and so on, body weight adjustment, where urine output is the clinical outcomes, which is what we selected. Answer number one. Answer number two, SOFA total score include SOFA renal score, so don't want to duplicate that.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably quite sensible. It tells you about the volume status quickly as well, I guess. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Teddy. In the interest of time, we'll move on. And actually, I think it was a beautiful segue into the next talk, because you mentioned about the scientific reproducibility of your work and making the code open access. And we talked a little bit about imputation and missing data from the questions. And so great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, invited speaker, Susana Vieira, who received an MSc, a degree and PhD from mechanical engineering from IST in Lisbon. She was teaching assistant previously, invited teacher at Erasmus at Rotterdam, and in the Netherlands, and a visiting scholar at MIT in Boston. Our main research interest is soft computing, artificial intelligence, and very specifically in machine learning, feature selection, fuzzy modeling, and so forth. Recently, these are kinds of features, the methods are being used to identify important factors in features that lead to unfavorable and favorable clinical conditions in patients' intensive care. Today, we're very lucky to have her speaking, and she's going to address us on the issues of practical data reproducibility, data quality in scientific research. Susanna, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Ari, for the very nice introduction. So I'll, just as Ari said, I'll be talking to you about practical quality and reproducibility in data science research. So I'm going to cover some of the topics that have already been mentioned in the presentations from the groups, which is really very good. So I'm just to start, I'm just going to make a short introduction about my research team. So we are a heterogeneous group working in different fields in healthcare and energy and other engineering applications, but with a very strong focus here in healthcare and healthcare applications. So we have been collaborating especially here in the healthcare area with Dr. Liucelli from MIT and his group, and also Professor Stan Finkelsen, also from MIT, and IDSS group. Also in the Netherlands with Professor Uzay Kaimak from the Technical University of Eindhoven, and in Portugal with different hospitals like Hospitals Egas Muniz with Dr. Tomás Lamas that have already participated in the previous series of the Datathon, and other physicians from Grupo Luz Saúde, Hospital Beatriz Ângelo, Hospital de Luz, and some PhD students also from there. So we have been working and developing some work related to machine learning in intensive care units. So more or less around 2010, we started with a project called ID2 Care, where we focused very much in the sepsis condition. I can see that there's still a topic nowadays. There's still a lot to discover. Some predictions on the necessity of vasopressors administration to anticipate it and benefit from that. We then made a follow-up project in decisions for systems for preventing ICU readmissions. Well, there's a lot to do with that. There's a lot of external factors which doesn't help. And we go on until today. We are now in the middle of another project, I Care for You, which is focusing the personalized medicine in the ICU. We are still covering sepsis and acute kidney injury prediction. So this is just a very short, just to see, just to give you an overall approach of what we have been doing. But today I want really to be focused here on the quality and reproducibility when we are doing data science research. So I'm going to start by trying to catch your attention on this quote. So we are drowning in information, but we are starving for knowledge. This is actually a quote from the 80s. There was a similar quote a little bit later from Robert Rogers in 1985 from a different world. He was a librarian researcher. But actually, this is still very true today, and even more true today than it was in 1980s. So at the time, were already gaining a lot of information, gathering a lot of information. But the real question here is how to really extract knowledge from all this information. And that's what we are trying to do here in the Datathon, and in particular here in intensive care unit data, but it's not an easy task. So I'm going to start by giving you a short introduction, I hope, into the knowledge discovery in databases. I guess that many of you know this very well, or at least I hope you do. For those who don't, it is really very simple. So this is a step-by-step process. There are different diagrams, but the idea is basically the same. So we all go through these steps when we are doing data analysis research projects. So we start with data, or at least sources of data, different sources of data many times, and we have an hypothesis. And when we have that hypothesis, we target the data, we select data, patients, variables, and so on. And when we are happy, we start the pre-processing step. In the previous presentation, we just saw many ways of doing this. And actually, this is not a one-way process. When we get into the end of one step, we go back again. If we are not happy, if the findings are not sufficient, or if we find that we don't have enough data or too much data, and so on. So after pre-processing, we go on to transformation, finding averages, finding minimums, maximums, linear regressions, linear transformations, and so on. And then we perform modeling and evaluation interpretation. And that's when we expect to extract some knowledge. Obviously, we often go back and forth, and we spend a lot of time here in this process. I just want to call your attention to the first 3 steps, which are the steps where we can guarantee the data quality issues for any research project on data research. So here is where we have to pay really very good attention, keep tracking of what we are doing, build very clear workflows on what we are doing, and especially report them. Because if we don't do that later on in the later part of the process, we will end up with a lot of inconsistency in our results and very poor knowledge, and sometimes very erroneous knowledge about what we did. So I'm just going to briefly talk to you about some typical problems that you can find when dealing with this type of data sets. So if you think about the data characteristics, you have different types. Sometimes you have time variant variables that are not time variant. When you're dealing with time variant with time series, you will have misaligned irregular time samples, just missing data without many samples, without variables, without patients, and then some outliers. And in this particular scope here, real outliers, sometimes it's really very difficult to identify. I'm going to show you some examples on that. And then the last step, which is actually where we are at the moment, we are very concerned about multi-center evidence studies, because this has become very important, because we don't want to validate our models and our findings in a specific cohort. We want it to be valid across a population, or at least understand if that's not possible, if it's a finding that's very specific of a specific type of population. So we do run a lot of multi-center evidence studies, and with that comes more difficulties. So different clinical practice, different variables acquired in different hospitals and different populations, and so on. So if we have to deal with different types of variables and data, so we have time variant, we have time invariant, we have to do some transformations, or we can instead try to deal with both of them together. But the question is, how will we do that? There's a lot of possibilities. I'm not going to bother you with enumeration of them. But the question is, which one will I use? Which one is better? Typically, that's not the most important question, although it's important, obviously. But the most important question will be report it, say, and keep track of what you're doing. So just to give you a small example on what our teams are dealing with the data that they are using, if your used to do some data analysis, you will identify very rapidly with problems that we are identifying here. So for instance, if you're looking at the longitudinal EHR data of a specific patient, it's normal that you have variables that are highly frequently recorded and others that are daily or not even that. So they are misaligned, the samples are not aligned. So this for time series is terrible. Other problems is just irregular time sampling, completely irregular. Sometimes you are acquiring at a given sampling time, at a given frequency, and then you stop and start a different frequency, and so on. Another typical problem is just the longitudinal mismatch, because when a patient gets into the intensive care unit, well, doesn't mean that he starts immediately collecting data. It doesn't mean that he enters exactly the same time of the day. It doesn't mean that he enters exactly in the same state of health, and so on. So typically you end up with different patients in different situations, completely misaligned, and you have to take care of that. We talked in the previous presentation about missing data, and that's actually a very important topic, because depending on the methods that you select to input or not input, just delete your data, it will influence your results, it will bias your results. There are some methods that influence the least the distributions of your data, or introduce less bias, but still it will introduce bias. If you're deleting, you are also deleting information that sometimes it's really important. So there's a lot of typical missing data problems, such as gaps, which is when a patient just goes out, stops being measured, if it's an energy breakdown, if it's an exam out of the room, if it's other events that doesn't allow to make recordings, or just because you have some variables that are still being acquired and others that don't. Typically, this might be a medical decision, but you have to know that. So it's important that you work together with physicians and people that really understand what's going on with your data. So the other important topic are the outliers. Well, here in this representation, I'm showing you arterial blood pressure. Here you have hours, and you can see that the values are all over the place. So the red dots are for people that died, and the blue dots are for people that survived. And if you're dealing blindly with the outliers in your data, you can get into the interquartiles, for instance, in this data, which corresponds to the black dashed lines here in my graph. This will mean that you will discard many important and relevant information, because these patients are very ill, so it's normal that their values, their arterial blood pressure values and others, are completely all over the place. So if you use different methodologies, or for instance, just a basic expert knowledge about the physical limits of such variables, you will be able to retain much more information. So always look into your data. And then the last topic I mentioned was the multi-center studies. So yes, that's very good. Okay, so we have many different databases. We are so happy. We are going to be able to validate our study throughout different cohorts, which is wonderful. And we start looking. And we look closer, and the problem is that we find out that the databases are so different. They don't correspond in anything. Like the clinical practice was different, so different protocols were met, and different variables were acquired. So it's difficult to find a match between the different databases. And above all, you have different populations, and sometimes you will have also differences, especially in patients' characteristics. And this will also give you some trouble. So here I would just like to show you the picture of what is the missing data when you look into the vector of patients and variables. And if this was a physical event, I would ask the audience, what are the squares that represent the missing data? The red dot, the red squares or the green squares? And whenever I do this question, the typical answer is, okay, the missing data is just the green squares. I think I'm trying here to be fooled and it's the green, but it's not, it is the red. The red is the missing values. So you can see that there are a lot of patients that don't have the majority of the variables, and even the variables that are most acquired, they do have many patients that don't have them. So this becomes a really difficulty and will reduce obviously your cohort. So what to do? Should you do nothing? Well, that's not probably an option. So you need to decide on what to do. You can input your data, you can select infinite list of possible methods, but it really there's no holy grail, there's no right solution. There's simply many solutions, better and worse, but they're not universally better. They are better in some cases and not better in the others. So it's really a very time-consuming task that you will have to go through. But above all, really know your methods. Here I just show you the three main categories just to have a broad idea of the type of methods that you have available. You can delete, you can use single imputation methods or just model-based methods that are typically more complex methods. But whatever you do, you should just make a workflow and actually make a record of what you are doing. So data quality can be guaranteed if you follow some guidelines on them. And you can read many guidelines on that and how to assess data quality and so on. But the main vectors that you should be worried and concentrated on would always be the completeness of your data, the correctness of your data, and if your data is current or not. Because if you're trying to assess what is going on right now, you will not want to use data that is very old. But it depends on your objective. It depends on the hypothesis of your study. And obviously, these three main aspects will be always covered in the three primary dimensions in electronic health records. So, which will be the patients, the variables, and the time. And for all these three, you should always have and bear in mind completeness, correctness, and current data. And what about reproducibility? So here you see a very big and complex machine, and imagine that you are trying to publish a very complex machine learning approach and solution to your problem. And you just press a button and an answer is produced. The thing is, if you don't understand the answer, or if you don't know exactly how this machine produced the answer, is it useful for you or for the community or for the overall population? Well, actually not quite. So in the 90s too, so again, this is nothing new, John Claerbout launched the reproducible research movement. And this was a movement that was a little bit more focused on the problems of the growing coding lines were introducing and finding bugs and so on. But actually this has been applied also in data analysis, especially because we need to keep track on what we do. We need to make available, just like the previous group presented, group 6, were saying, they want to make their code available, they want to make their data cohort available, which is the only way that we can make our work reproducible. even if we make mistakes. So just to give you an image on that thought, just imagine that this Trojan horse is your research. You're very happy as a researcher to show it to the public. You're very proud of your very big horse. But the thing is, the public looks at the horse and doesn't know a thing about what's inside it. What is it? And the only way to show the public in a way that your study, your engineering work is good and can be reproductive is if you use very correct descriptions of your workflow, make your data available and your code available. Okay, so and this is the only way to make your work reproducible. So just to get into the end of my presentation, I just want to recall the knowledge data discovery steps, and here in the perspective of the relative effort that you undertake on them. And you can see that the data acquisition, data preprocessing, and feature selection or transformation are basically the ones where you take the most time. And you go there a lot of times. And that's where you need to focus in terms of data quality. And just to prevent your inconsistency in your results, and later on problems and useless knowledge. And to make it reproducible, you need to think that you need to work always in multidisciplinary teams and collaborative work, because what works in your computer might not work in the computer just right beside you. And these are the main take-home messages that I would like to leave to you. And just to end, well, data cleaning, it's really hard, but that's something that you need to go through, even if you don't want, and spend some time on it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susanna. I can't agree more, and I'll go as far as to say that it's meaningless unless you understand the data pipeline, the cleaning that the data went through. Can I just very briefly make like one really, well, maybe it's controversial, maybe it's not controversial. I'm going to try and be a controversial statement. So if there are so many different ways so many different decisions that you need to go through in deciding how you clean your data, that the only way to really describe them, unless your manuscript is going to be 50 volumes long, is to publish the code, then is it the case that if people don't publish their code for the whole pipeline, not just the model, but the cleaning process as well, that you shouldn't trust their paper?
That's a powerful question. Well, you should at least be afraid, because whenever you try to reproduce the work, it's obvious that if it's not described, you will not be able to get into the same results ever, all the time, because if you don't report your decisions, how will you know what were the decisions that you made? You don't have a way to know. So you will do the way you think it's better, the way you think it will unbias less your data, and you will achieve a different solution, and you will just knock your head just trying to figure out what was done over there. And sometimes even producing wonderful and fantastic results, but you cannot get there because you don't know exactly how it was achieved.
No, I completely agree, and it's under-considered, I think, in the community, but absolutely critical for reproducibility. Any questions from the panel, briefly?
Can I just pinch in, because I'm intrigued also by your statement that we should share code and data, and well, it's hard to disagree, but having experience with Amsterdam UMCDB, which was used for the Datathon, it is not so easy to share patient data at all. I mean, even all the participants had to sign a specific license, and normal use also requires a strict license because of patient privacy. So I'm just wondering, I mean, it's easy to say everyone should share their data, but what is your take on the balance between privacy and shareability?
Well, I really follow you, Paul, but One thing that you can always do is to create a data set that is based on your real data set, but it's not your real data set. So you can use exactly the same type of distributions, but a de-identified data set that is not the actual data, but is like a clone of the data, but where you cannot identify anyone, even if you try. And then you can report your results on that data set that everybody can access and use exactly the same pipeline to test the real data set. And in this way, you will always be able to report exactly what you have done.
Well, that makes sense, but I seldomly see this.
You hardly see this?
Yeah.
Why?
No, but I mean, there of all the examples that I've seen in the literature,
I got you.
many people do not do this.
That's true, but that's the way we should go.
I agree. In the interest of time, I think we'll move. There's a few comments in the chat, but perhaps Susanna might be able to respond to them directly if Estelle can send them on. We'll move on with the presentations. Thank you very much, Susanna. Really interesting talk and really important, absolutely critical and very under appreciated, I think, in the community. Okay, well, we're moving back to our abstracts now. In that case, our next speaker, or our next team is Team 2, Sprach. So another benefit of this is I've learned some Austrian dialect. We're back in the thinking about the steroid track and seeing whether or not we can use machine learning to optimize the use of steroids in sepsis. As well as off you go.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay. Great. As Ari said, my name is Gazvan, and I represent team number 2 today. For those who missed the previous report sessions, we are a team from Vienna, and our aim was to develop a machine learning model that can predict the optimal steroid dose in septic patients in the ICU using reinforcement learning. Steroids in sepsis are still a controversial topic, even though they have been around for some 70 years. And the reason is that the over 30 trials that tried to answer or to solve these problems have had inconclusive results, both individually or grouped into systematic reviews. So we designed this small experiment using the Amsterdam UMC database. We started by creating a sepsis cohort using the sepsis 3 definition. We basically identified all the patients with a suspected infection, and we calculated a SOFA score daily. We then included patients with a SOFA score of at least 2 at admission, or with an increase in the SOFA score of at least 2 points during the ICU stay. And the plan was to split this cohort into a training and a testing data set, and to use reinforcement learning to predict the optimal steroid dose in these patients. We planned to use patient characteristics, lab values, vital signs, and concomitant therapy as input parameters. The steroid regimens used in the database would give us the action space, and we plan to use the patient outcomes as a reward signal. We included almost 3,000 patients from the database, and we collected all the variables, which we then organized in approximately over 1,000 parameters, input parameters. We organized this clinical data into a discrete time series with a 24-hour step, and we trained the model on these discrete patient states that summate all clinical data over the 24-hour periods. The method we used was an off-policy actor-critic model with 2 neural networks. On one side, we had the critic network, on the other side, the actor network. They had a similar design with a hidden layer of 1,024 neurons, but the difference was that the critic network had 1 output, while the actor network had 5 outputs corresponding to the 5 possible values. We used resolution of organ failure as a reward signal, and we quantified this by a decrease in the SOFA score on the next day, but we added a penalty in case the patient died. And we trained the model over the training data set. We had true loss functions because we had true neural networks. On one hand, we had the mean squared error for the critic network, and we used cross entropy loss for the actor network. And we found that the difference between the predicted reward for the actual action and the reward for the next step was converged at around 7%. We also looked into how well the decision made by the algorithm actually matched the treatment that was used or actually prescribed in the database. And considering that we had 5 actions in our action space, if the decision had been made randomly, then we expected to have a concordance of around 20%. And this is actually where the algorithm started. But with every iteration, the concordance increased and reached around 50%. We also computed the ratio between the reward in case of concordance, so actually the received reward in case of concordant action, and the reward in the next step in case of discordant action. And we started below 1, but after some iteration, this ratio increased over 1, suggesting that the actions that the algorithm suggested resulted in better mortality or SOFA scores. And in the testing data set, we had similar results actually. We ran the algorithm on the testing data set and found that in case the action suggested by the algorithm and the treatment from the database that the physician prescribed were identical, both SOFA and mortality were lower. What we would like to present is that we found that some variables had a higher impact on how the algorithm made this decision. We were a bit surprised to find out that the blood pressure was not among them, but the 3 most important were basic CES and lactate, so a highly negative basic CES, as well as a high lactate, and high procalcitonin levels were associated with higher cortisone or hydrocortisone dose. Okay, to summarize, we developed an algorithm that can predict an optimal steroid dose, and in the testing data set, it appears that the algorithm performs a bit better than the physician. Yeah, we think that our experiment is promising, and we plan to move it a step forward to external validation. And before I finish, I would like to thank the team members for their effort and also the organizers. We had a great time. Thank you.
Razvan, thank you. Really nice presentation. And I think for those of you that are not familiar with sort of reinforcement learning type model, actor critic type models, I mean, it's just worth saying that these are not trivial things to make work. So congratulations for getting this far. I must admit, I'm not surprised that blood pressure isn't terribly important, because actually blood pressure doesn't change very much, because blood pressure isn't an independent variable. There's a nurse and you know, physicians standing around trying to keep the blood pressure, so it tends to have small variability. So I don't think that undermines things at all. Any questions from the rest of the panel?
Yeah, I'd like to know about your reward function, right? I mean, as you probably know, one of the main difficulties in using reinforcement models is specifying a correct reward function. So how did you define this, and why would you choose SOFA, or did you test whether it matters at all in this case?
Yeah, well, we had some long discussions about this. We were thinking to use SOFA because SOFA was how we defined sepsis, you know. So we had patients with suspected infection, and if they had a high enough SOFA, then they had sepsis. And we thought that steroids, by reducing the inflammation, may also lead to a resolution of organ failure. But it also seemed unfair to not consider also long-term outcomes like mortality. So in a patient, even if the SOFA score after a steroid would be 0, yeah, so the first term in the reward function would be 1, we still added this penalty in case the patient deceased died, yeah. I mean, of course, it's still debatable if this is a perfect reward function, but yeah, this was the compromise we found.
Paul, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just wondering on the same track, how large was the penalty for mortality compared to the rewards you could gain from SOFA decreases?
Well, you can actually see how it was calculated on this slide. If you still see my slides. Actually, the reward was somewhere between 0 and 1, and we subtracted 0.5 if the patient died. So 0.5 times this Boolean variable in case the patient died.
Okay, so it is possible to still have a positive reward then?
Yes. If the SOFA on the next day decreased very, very much.
Okay, so that might be a criticism, but I must agree with Ari that it is an amazing job you guys achieved in 1 month, because again, this is not trivial.
There's a question in the chat just coming in that's asking, so your action space, I think, is essentially 5 different actions, isn't it? But how big was it? Do you have an idea of how big the state space actually was?
How big was?
The state space, or how much of it was occupied?
I don't understand the question.
So the SOFA scores that you actually explored.
Yeah.
What was the sort of distribution of those?
So the SOFA scores, I think the highest was somewhere above 20, but there weren't that many that were over 20. I think we also have. Let me show you the distribution of the SOFA score.
Oh, it's okay, just sort of a rough kind.
Yeah. So yeah, we had very few values over 20.
But really nice piece of work. Thank you, Razvan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, from that we will move on to the next presentation, and that will be Team 7, ICDC. Janne will present on atrial fibrillation track.
Hello.
Away you go, Janne.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jarne, data scientist from Team 7 ICDC, and I will present you what we did the last month in this datathon. To start off, we start with our first hypothesis, that we can predict atrial fibrillation in the intensive care unit. However, Niels Bohr said that prediction is very difficult, especially if it's about the future, but we think it is possible. So why atrial fibrillation? Well, 15 to 60% of cardiac surgery patients develop post-operative atrial fibrillation. And furthermore, we found that 21% of all patients, regardless of reason for admission, had an AF diagnosis in this database. And from literature, we know that patients with AF in the ICU, irrespective whether they have a history with atrial fibrillation, have a higher chance of mortality, longer length of stay, higher risk of stroke, and is associated with more healthcare costs. This is actually also visible in the database, where we can see that atrial fibrillation is associated with higher mortality and longer length of stay. This raises the need for risk prediction and stratification to develop preventive treatments and to get a prognosis. Then we defined a new hypothesis, that we can predict atrial fibrillation in the intensive care unit to attain better patient outcomes. To this end, we defined 3 patient groups: sepsis patients using the Amsterdam UMCDB definition, cardiac surgery patients, excluding pulmonology and vascular surgery, and then a group containing all patients in the database. Plotting mortality and length of stay to atrial fibrillation for these patients, we get these plots where we can see that the relationship between AF and mortality and length of stay is approximately equal for all groups. How will we predict it? Are we going to use known risk factors, pre-operative, perioperative? Well, research is pretty scarce about these things, so this is actually a pretty major challenge. So therefore, we hope we can predict atrial fibrillation. However, we could potentially find some new risk factors. We will do that using machine learning. How did we do it? Well, atrial fibrillation prediction is a time series problem. And we found that there is a difference between registering AF in the database and actually measuring AF, up to 90 minutes. Therefore, we included the time margin, 90 minutes before AF diagnosis. All the data is discarded to avoid any data leakage. Then, on top of that, we defined a time window to get our data of X hours, which we found to be 12 hours to get our best results. We also made a second model that could predict AF X hours in advance. For this datathon, we have chosen 12 to get the best results. What are our prediction points? Well, for AF patients, this is the point of AF diagnosis. And we chose one prediction point per admission. For no AF patients, we chose a random timestamp between 12 hours after admission and before discharge, for example, 36 hours after admission. Then we pre-processed the data in the time window, calculating mean, max, min, slope, and indicating all missings as not a number, because we could cope with it. Then we subsampled our data, selecting AF patients and splitting them into a training and test set, using an 80-20 ratio split. Then from the no AF patients, we took an equally sized subset and used the same train test split. This results in a balanced training set. Then the rest of the patients in the whole cohort were put into the test set, resulting in these training test sets. Then we use fivefold cross-validation for feature selection and model selection. Of all possible features, we did clinical selection to get an initial set, and then we used model importance analysis and forward feature selection to get a final set of 10 features which are predictive and usable in clinical care. What are our results? Well, we use CatBoost to get these results. For all patients, we get an area under the curve of 0.84. And even stronger, for the 12-hour in advance model, we got an AUC of 0.82, which is pretty good for AF prediction. Predictions in itself is nothing without also quantifying confidence and having uncertainty quantification. Therefore, we added uncertainty quantification to our models using conformal prediction. And as we can see, that the correct prediction is associated with the higher confidence of our model, which is exactly what we hoped. Therefore, the clinician has also access to uncertainty quantification when getting predictions. Therefore, we could conclude that predicting AF in the ICU is definitely possible using uncertainty quantifying machine learning. But we haven't talked about our features yet. As we said, we use 10 features. Little words about the sharp values. Negative sharp values result in no AF. Positive sharp values result in AF prediction. Interestingly, the PEEP and noradrenaline are associated with AF. For the 12 hours in advanced model, we can also see this where high PEEP settings result in AF prediction. Therefore, we have one final ending statement. Something to think about after this presentation. Maybe noradrenaline and or PEEP could actually induce new onset atrial fibrillation in intensive care patients. I thank you everyone for this opportunity and this presentation.
Yeah, thank you. It's really nice results there. And also, perhaps I should stop giving people frusemide, maybe. Any question from other panelists?
Yes. Okay, so thank you. It was a very nice presentation, very clear. I have one question. Did you do any type of analysis regarding correlation and causality about the features into your predictions?
Indeed. This is the next step that we are planning to do, to find actual causality between the first analysis that we already did, but the results were not really clear. But we found initial indications of causality between both. However, more analysis is definitely needed to say this really clearly.
Jarno, thank you very much. Another fantastic presentation, really good work. We'll move on to the next speaker. And the next team to present, also going to be presenting on the topic of predicting AF episodes. This is team number 8, which is predictive AF. And I think Sandra will be presenting. Fantastic, away you go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sandra Ortega Marzorell, and I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Team 8, Predictive AF. And the topic that we chose was prediction of episodes of atrial fibrillation using the Amsterdam UMC DB database. So I'm not going to convince you why we went into this topic, because I think it's being discussed already, but I'm going to tell you what we wanted to do. So our research objectives were to develop different models to predict first occurrence of atrial fibrillation in patients that were admitted to critical care in sinus rhythm. We also wanted to identify these factors that were associated with the occurrence of AF in cardiothoracic and non-cardiothoracic patients, and as well as overall. And more importantly, we thought it was important to interpret those risk factors for the occurrence of AF. So discussing a little bit how we proposed our methodology, because we wanted to use machine learning for this, we used 3 main algorithms for this. We used logistic regression, gradient boosted machines, and random forest. We wanted to be rigorous, and we wanted to be make sure that we didn't have any data leakage or overfitting. So we implemented a nested cross-validation. In the inner cycles of the cross-validation, we had, for the cases of the logistic regression, we did a feature selection of the variables. And in the case of random forest and GBM, we used it for the tuning of the hyperparameters. And then we implemented an outer cycle of cross-validation just for the training of the models. So in here, what we did was, in the case of logistic regression, to train based on the selected set of features. And in the case of random forest and GBM, to train on the selected hyperparameters. We produce odds ratios for logistic regression models, and we produce variable importance according to the Gini index in the cases of random forest and GBM. In terms of the data, we started with the 23,000 admissions that we had from the database, and we excluded admissions that had multiple in patients that we had multiple admissions, we removed or excluded the admissions that were not the first admission, so we kept only the first admissions. Then we excluded admissions that had over 33% of missing data, and we excluded variables that were also having over 35% of missing data. From here, then, we define our cohort of AF patients, which were the patients that had at least one episode of AF recorded during the admission. And the data that we used, the information that we used for analysis, was everything from admission to the first AF episode. In the cases of non-AF patients, we obviously were patients without any recording of AF, and for them we used the entire admission as the data for analysis. And from here we developed our cardiothoracic and non-cardiothoracic subgroups. So these are some summary of results in here. So just to give you an idea of the results that we obtained in that first attempt, in that first part of the research objectives, which was to predict the first occurrence of atrial fibrillation in these patients. We have in here results for the overall cohort, for the cardiothoracic and non-cardiothoracic. And also we wanted to see the impact or the influence that some drugs can have in this model. So we analyzed with and without the drugs. And we did that just to make sure that we were not influencing the model with the drugs. So when we did that, we realized that actually the drugs were not influencing the models. And therefore, from this point onwards, we decided to go with the models that didn't use the drugs. Overall, we got really good performances of area under the curve of 0.89 with nonlinear models and 0.82 with linear models, logistic regressions. So this is a summary of the results, and in here we're just showing the mean values of the area under the curve for the different models and in the different conditions, and also the confidence interval. The second objective, as I mentioned before, was to identify which factors were associated with this occurrence of AF. And I mentioned that we were going to produce odds ratios in the case of logistic regression. So you can see here some of the variables that are impacting the occurrence of AF that are associated to it. And we can see that variables like oxygen, for example, is impacting highly, like in the same way as peak pressure in here. And another one that is really important is the age and some of the variables. So we can see that these three variables that I mentioned, age, oxygen, and peak pressure, we can find them again in here as variables that are important in the prediction of random forest and GBM. We can see oxygen in here, we can see age and peak pressure again. And if we go to GBM, we will find them as well. Our third objective, and this is where we are going to put most of the emphasis, was to provide some form of tool using machine learning to interpret these risk factors, because we thought it was really important to understand what happens to these factors. And for this, we calculated partial dependencies of these variables with the aim of elucidating these relationships between variables and the predictions of these models, especially for random forest and GBM models. So then for this, and just to illustrate this, but obviously can be done for all the variables, we will use these variables that we were discussing before, oxygen, peak pressure, and age, as the variables for looking at what happens with these variables. So in these slides, I'm showing you these partial dependencies that we calculated for oxygen and age, and these were calculated using the random forest model that I mentioned before, and for the overall cohort. So if we look at what happened for oxygen, for example, and this is the pattern of the partial dependency for oxygen, we see that as we increase the volume in here of oxygen, as we increase the values, the risk of AF will increase as well. So this is a really important message, because we see how the actual values of this variable is impacting the risk of developing AF. So it's not only knowing that that variable impacts AF or the risk of developing AF, is how this variable and which values of the variable is actually impacting the risk of AF. But then, and I think it's more important, we can look at this variable in the context of another variable, and we can look at the interaction between this variable oxygen with another one, in this case, age group. And if we look at this interaction, we can see that actually that risk, that pattern that we're seeing here, remains more or less the same for the younger groups. But when we come to groups like over 70s, we actually see that for those smaller values of the variable, we actually see that the risk is increased for these kind of patients. So it's really important to see how the risk is associated, especially when you look at this combination of variables, this interaction. We can do the same for peak pressure. And in here, if you look at the partial dependency for peak pressure, we can see that for lower values of this variable, we have some risk associated, but the higher risk will come for larger values of this variable. And when we look at this in the context of the age group, then we can see even clearer, I think, why it's so important to look at these interactions between this variable and how they can impact some interpretation of these results when you go to the clinical practice. So you see, for example, in here, that for the older groups, that risk is higher, and probably that sounds obvious, but in here, the model is telling us, independently from our beliefs, that what is actually happening based on the data. So as a discussion, what we can say is that we have obtained really good results. So we have obtained impressive age under the curve. So we have really good, excellent results obtained with our models, with nonlinear models being having a much better results than linear models like logistic regression. We found that the calculation of the partial dependencies were able to identify differences in the interaction between age and oxygen requirements, as well as with peak pressure. And this will lead to some further investigations, some further insights that we found for this, that maybe we need to explore further and determine the role of ventilatory requirements for AF prediction. So thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to do this.
Thank you, Sandra. Lovely presentation. We're a little bit short of time, but it occurs to me that PEEP has popped up quite a lot, and you can imagine I mean, things are associations just because you're sicker, or alternatively, PEEP might have an effect on the hemodynamics, but it didn't pop up as particularly important in your models. Is that because you've got peak pressure in there as well, do you think? Or to what extent do you think these things are causal?
Maybe it could well be. I'm not quite sure about this, but it could well be because we removed variables that had that had over 35% of missing, that were, the high percentage of missingness in the data. I'm not quite sure now whether that one was one of the variables that we ended up eliminating. So I cannot tell you for sure now. So yeah.
Data quality yet again as being important, but yeah. Thank you, very nice work. We'll move on, brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay, and the next team going to be presenting, actually no, we're going to move on to a invited presentation. I'm getting ahead of myself. So the next speaker, very pleased to introduce Manuela, who has been a sort of friend of data science for some time. She's assistant professor in the Department of Electronics and Information Engineering in Milan, professor of medical informatics and biomedical signal processing. In terms of research interests, she's interested in machine learning, data mining, techniques for particularly metabolomic data analysis, and how to integrate these sort of putative data biomarkers. But also as an interest in hemodynamic monitoring and modeling of mathematical modeling of the cardiovascular system. So today, we're very lucky to have her speaking to us, and what she's going to address is the concept of where do we go next? There's some fantastic talks here today, but where do we go next, and how do people take these data science approaches to the next level? Manuela, welcome.
Thank you for your introduction. First of all, I want to thank the organizers who have invited me. I'm very honored to be here. It's a pleasure for me. So. The title of my talk is a little bit ambitious, so I don't want to teach you something about machine learning, as you are probably much more expert than me. But when I talk about, when I thought about this presentation, I have in mind my students in biomedical engineering, and I thought of them, okay, what I have to say them if they want to start to work with SU data. So the objective of my talk is to list some issues that have come up to my attention in my recent years. And I think that there are many things to think about before starting SU data analysis, but also what we expect in the next year. So the data, as you know, are heterogeneous. We have many different data. We have vital sign, drug therapy, data coming from imaging, but we also have complex therapy, have in mind blood purification, hemodialysis, ECMO, and so on. But even when we speak about data and parameter, we have to pay attention. For example, in this picture, we have the same parameter. So we have values of mean arterial pressure, but in the first row, we have a value every hour, and the second row, you have a value every minute. So the parameter is the same, but the two-time series convey different information. One is a global picture, the other one permits you to track changes and trends in between. Nowadays, we have monitors that permit you to have waveform. So we have not only mean values, but you can record waveform. In particular, if we speak about arterial waveform, they convey very important information because the waveform analysis permits you to assess additional information, for example, about the arterial tree. And in this case, you have a different waveform in three different situations in septic and septic shock. The estimation of a total arterial compliance, total peripheral resistance permits you to track the changes of different patient conditions. And the fact that you have this information could be additional to the global parameter because, for example, you may have similar mean arterial value, but completely different waveform. In order to support the idea to using waveform, I want to show you this work, and particularly this index, the compensatory reserve index proposed by Convertino and his colleague. This research group is expert in hypovolemia, and they performed several studies also in physiological condition in order to assess the effect of hypovolemia. As you can see in this picture, you may have similar global parameters like systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, but completely different waveform. The problem of the detection of hemorrhagic shock is that you can have substantial changes in the vital sign only when you reach a blood loss over 30%. So at the beginning of the bleeding, you have not important and significant change in the absolute values. So the early detection of bleeding, for example, in case of occult bleeding, or the prediction of hemorrhage is very important in order to pay attention to those patients who deserve, for example, fluid administration or specific therapies. The preserve index is associated to all the countermeasures, the physiological countermeasures a patient could act to in response to a loss of volume. For example, tachycardia, vasoconstriction, increasing respiratory rate. So the waveform is a potential instrument to detect the level of blood loss. The compensatory reserve index algorithm is designed to compare bit-to-bit arterial blood pressure waveform with a library of waveforms that were collected by this group in the years and associated different levels of blood loss. So by taking a reference as blood pressure waveform, you can assess the level and the reserve level of your patient. Reserve intends as have a blood volume available to for the organ and to perfuse your organ. When you reach a very low reserve value, this means that you are approaching to an hemorrhagic shock. But what about the type of data in the next future? There are many works that have demonstrated the availability of new type of biomarker. For example, the leukocyte characterization could be performed with a microfluidic device. So expect in the next future to have bedside device that permit you to characterize leukocyte and new indices to add to your model, for example. Or, for example, information about genotype. If you need only 20 genes, I expect in the next future you have a bedside device that permits you measure it in a quick time, quicker than today, because you have not to perform a genome-wide analysis or a complete assessment of the entire genome. But I think that also a change in the timing of the observational time window. For example, this is a typical picture of data from ICU stay. You have vital sign measure every minute, for example. You have laboratory data measure every hour or 2-3 times per day. You have different drugs therapy that are switching on and off. The dosage could change during time. So the complexity of ICU data is in terms of complexity also in how to manage the different timing of this data. But I expect also that we are interested to the mortality also after ICU discharge. In fact, there are devices that permit you to capture virtually gap-free patient data from admission to discharge. So you are interested, for example, to have the data also after ICU discharge. For example, Philips provided this device, which is a wearable device that permits you to assess continuously heart rate or respiratory rate in an hospital ward. So in this case, you can figure out how to manage all the information from ICU to just the hospital ward when the patient normally is less invasively monitored. But you may have an atrial fibrillation episode not only during the ICU stay, but you may have a cardiac problem also after ICU. And how to combine the information about the ICU stay and the therapy administered during the ICU stay and what happened after. But also the observation time window of interest could be very different. You want to predict hypotension, so you are looking at time frame of hours during the ICU stay. But as I told you before, you may be interested to see what happened to the patient after the hospital discharge. So, for example, I have in mind this study performed in Germany. They are collecting data 3, 6, 12 months after ICU discharge. This is very important if you are interested on long-term effect of sepsis survival. As regards the model, I think that you are aware, but I'm aware that there is no one model that fits for all. For example, in this study, they used 3 different models. One is an untrained model that applied titration cutoff of beta sign in order to predict ICU admission. Another one is a trained universal predictive model on all patients who are admitted to ICU. And finally, they use different models trained on different reasons for ICU admission. These are the distribution of the patients and the reasons for ICU admission. In this picture, we have the relative risk according to the different reasons for ICU admission. The heat map shows, for example, that the sodium concentration, the mean arterial pressure, when low, mean a high risk to be admitted to ICU, but for heart failure reason. But for example, for the other reason, these 2 parameters are not so effective in predicting this event. And if you look to the area under the curve, we have the threshold method and the model that take into account all the reasons for ICU admission have a poor values. So for example, in the same group have developed a D-score, the continuous monitor of event trajectory. So what they decide to do, not to predict all reasons, but to stratify the patient according to specific risk. They use a multivariate predictive model based on indices for continuous cardiovascular signal like heart rate, respiratory rate, SpO2, and also indices, very complex indices based on nonlinear analysis of such signal. And what they want to predict, not all the reason of ICU admission or reasons for something that is not specific, but for 2 specific reasons. The fold increase in risk of respiratory failure leading to urgent unplanned intubation, and the fold increase of hemorrhage leading to large unplanned transfusion. But the most interesting thing is that you have a trajectory of the patient. The head of the comet represents the risk at the current time, but the tail represents the risk 3 hours before. This permits to stratify the patient and to stratify the workload of the personnel in that ICU, just to see if you have a patient that is worsening or is going better, and just to specify what type of attention you have to give to this patient. So in terms of respiratory failure or in terms of bleeding. So the message of this work is it's important to give a picture of the risk of the patient in order to organize better the workload of personnel. In these other 2 works, this research group want to predict hypotensive episode, but a risk score alone could be useless if you give not indication about the therapy to give to the patient. So for example, in this picture, you have the hypotension prediction index, but below that, you have information about preload, contractility, and afterload. So you have a risk score that could be used as a sort of alert, and the clinician could decide which type of therapy according to additional information beside the prediction index. And finally, I want to tackle the problem of the validation of the model. So, okay, I have developed a model. The next step is how can I consider my model general? How can I use this model in a different ICU, in a different country, or in a different clinical center? I think that the initiative of the Society of Critical Care Medicine, European Society of Intensive Care Medicine is very important. In fact, I hope that this could permit to share data between the 2 continents. And we need large database, and we need to compare countries. For example, this is our data that we have analyzed in the past. So we have 2 different ICU in 2 different countries. The patients are very similar, same diagnosis of sepsis, same severity, SOFA score higher than 8. But it may happen that you have an ICU, this is much more parsimonious with fluid, another one much more generous, even staying below the guideline. So big data sets are very important, and are important also not only to validate the model, but also to update your model or to tailor your model in order to improve the performance for that particular setting, that particular cluster or subgroup of population. So multi-center study with different countries can ally different therapy strategy, but could be also useful to recalibrate your model to the specificity and of that country or that population. For example, I have in mind the difference between the ICU in Italy, in Europe, than in the United States. So probably you need to recalibrate your model to that specific or that population. But the other aspect is the following one. The patient and the population could change over time. So for example, in this paper, they compare the data from of the ICU, how they change in 10 years. And for example, in Europe, we have an ICU population that have changed. For example, the use of renal replace therapy, the proportion of patients receiving mechanical ventilation has decreased or increased. The ICU mortality rates have changed. So the idea that we have to have new ever data. So we need new data. And if we set up an automatic system to collect data, we have continuously collect data in order to have update new data year and after year. And in my mind, I have the idea that the new batch of data should weigh more than old batch of data. So in conclusion, I just want to highlight the fact that data are important, but not all the data convey the same information. For example, if you speak about blood pressure, mean arterial blood pressure, depends how you compute that every minute, every hour, if you have parameters recorded or measured from waveforms. You have to expect to change your model if new additional data will be available in the next future, for example, coming from cutting-edge technology. These I expect to be expensive, so maybe you have to stratify the patients in order to identify those patients who deserve this new technology and new indices. The current technology permits to follow the patient after ICU discharge, so I expect that, for example, registry, but also data in the general hospital world should be integrated in your model, just to figure out how to associate the administered therapy to long-term effect and comorbidities. A risk stratification model is very important because it permits to manage the workload of the person in the ICU, but it's also important to be associated to parameters, so to highlight the most important parameters that a clinician has to pay attention in order to take the right decision. And the last issue, it's very important, you need a large database, and I hope that we have in the future continuous sharing of database in order to have model validated over heterogeneous data, different population, and decide to calibrate this model according to subgroup, for example, or particular country, or in the ICU with particular characteristics. Thank you for your attention, and I want to conclude by to say thanks to my collaborators. Thank you.
Manuela, thank you ever so much. Really great talk. I'm interested in waveforms. So should we all be studying waveform data, do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think that's where the information, and if it is, what do we need in order to do that? Because that's pretty tough.
Yeah. I think that there are monitors like the ones of Edward Life Science. For example, hypotension prediction index is based on waveform analysis. The problem is that it's covered by patent. So it's used machine learning on, I read the paper, and it's impossible to recover which type of indexes are used in that model. But if you want to run your own model, I think that if you have a waveform, it's important to use this and to add these parameters inside your model, because it's powerful and potentially give you new vision or, for example, improve your performance.
No, I agree. Just hard to do. Paul, Patrick, any comments?
Yeah, I'm also interested in using wafers, but the obvious problems a lot of hospitals are facing is storing these waveforms somewhere, because it takes a lot of well, disk space. Basically, so what's your take on that? I mean, do we really need it, or can we start with using other kind of metrics? I mean, of course, I like the idea of using waveforms, but it's often something which prevents people from using it because, well, the data is just not there or wasn't stored previously.
Yes, I think that one way is to store parameters estimated from the waveforms, but I expect that in the next future the storage capability will not be a problem anymore. If you think about the picture videos 10 years ago, nowadays we have smartphone that can collect how many videos, how many pictures. So in the same line, I expect that also the ICU will be able to collect waveforms in the next 10 years, I don't know.
Totally. I only hope my IT department thinks the same way.
We've been in for a little while, so about for a week's recordings is 5 gigabytes or so. So it's not huge amounts of data. It's maybe get cheaper.
Yeah.
Manuela, many thanks. We'll move on in the interest of time. Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
We'll get back to our abstracts now. The next speaker, or the next team, I should say, is Team 15, the Datathon Desserts. Alessandro Galli will be speaking on the lactate, so something a little bit different on the lactate theme.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, excellent.
Perfect. Hello. And hello, everybody, and thanks for being connected to 2021 ESICM Virtual Datathon. I am Alessandro Galli, and I'm presenting on behalf of Team 15, the Datathon Desserts. So this is the agenda of today, and I do not have any disclosure to mention. Starting from the background, in 2015, Schock published a paper in which the authors showed the impact of serial lactate monitoring on clinical outcomes and interventions in a population of severe sepsis and septic shock patients. We got intrigued by their approach, and we wondered if we could use it in a different set of patients. So we started to play the game. And the first query to UMC Amsterdam database we ran was by ICU admission. And we got these results. And guess which patients are shown in this bar? Well, they are the patients that received cardiovascular surgery. So we set our hypothesis based on 2 mandatory requirements: a relevant clinical question and the need of a wide population for AI modeling. We thought that the search intelligence could try to answer this question: is frequency of lactate sampling impacting on a clinical outcomes and interventions after cardiac surgery? And if so, can artificial intelligence help us to detect which patients will have an increase in lactate? So our primary outcome was length of stay in ICU, and the secondary outcomes are mortality at 28 days after admission in ICU, and interventions, namely fluid infusion per day and amount of pressors per day. We splitted our population, I beg your pardon. So out of the 23,000 patients that creates the Amsterdam UMC database, after exclusion criteria, we arrived to select our population of interest that consists in 1,532 patients. So consequently, we splitted our population of interest in 2 cohorts based on the clinical threshold of a sampling of 4 times per day. And after that, we proceed with propensity score matching with the nearest neighbor methods for severity admission variables. And we obtained our final cohorts, 2 cohorts, one of 765 patients that receive more than 4 samples per day, and the other one of 436 patients that received less than 4 samples per day. So these are our results. From the unmatched population, we can see that we have a lot of differences between the 2 cohorts. And after running our propensity score, we can see that the overall difference in the mean of the normalized variable consistently decreased. Furtherly, as previously required, we managed to compute the R-squared with a McFadden test, and the results we got was of 5.25%. These are our results obtained after comparing the two cohorts after propensity score match, and what we identified is a statistically significant difference in our primary outcome and one of the secondary outcomes, dobutamine infusion. So we can say that patients with more samples spent less time in the ICU. Furtherly, we decided to create our AI model to answer the question of the clinician: will the lactate of my patient rise more than 25% compared to the one observed 4 hours before? These are the inputs we used, and creating time series between all lactate samples and the subsequent sample after 4 hours, we identified 16,051 pairs. After removing NAs, our final data frame included 14,050 observations. Since we were dealing with time series and we wanted to investigate 2 different models, we chose long short-term memory, LSTM, and convolutional neural network, CNN. We used an 80% training test, further divided in 80% training and 20% validation set, and a 20% test set. These are the variables used for both models, and these others instead are those used only for CNN. Finally, I want to highlight that this model works in every time interval available for each patient. And these are the 2 ROC curves that show the predictive power of our models. In table 3, we can see that our ROC of the LSTM is 0.75, slightly greater compared to CNN, that is 0.72. Sensitivity is 0.27 for LSTM and 0.32 for CNN. While specificity is pretty high, 0.95 in LSTM and 0.92 for CNN. Limitation of our work. Well, first of all, this is Datathon, guys, and we've been working in a second language, dealing with a virtual scenario and in which the human factor has been really relevant since we had to create a group from scratches. This has been a hard work, but really rewarding work. Secondly, we work on a highly selected population due to strict inclusion criteria. Our work has a retrospective nature, and of course, it's a monocentric design. We had technical issue for extracting our interventions, other interventions, like for example, we wanted to investigate for A-line positioning or CVP or transfusion, amount of transfusion, but we had technical problem and we couldn't manage to extract that. And furtherly, we are aware that our R-squared in propensity score matched is pretty low. And we're also aware that our models have low sensitivity in the models. And finally, we couldn't manage to find out a graphic representation for a granular representation of the impact of single features for on the output, like for example, with a sharp representation. And in order to conclude, we can say that in post-cardiac surgery ICU, frequency of lactate sampling is associated with length of stay and the use of dobutamine. Deep learning models can predict trend of lactate in 4 hours time window. And the computing and future steps that we are thinking of is maybe computing 6-hour time window, the predicting for the predicting model, and increasing the granularity. We have some preliminary data about the 6-hour time window predicting, and apparently our sensitivity is getting really, really better. So do you feel stressed by the Datathon? Well, thanks to Alessandra, to Beatrice, to Lada, to Gwenole, and to Steve, we can say that thanks, we are the Datathon stars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandro. Great talk. And I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, that we can't overestimate how difficult it is to do this virtually in such a short, even this short space of time. So I definitely agree that, you know, all these things are great achievements. You know, I agree that any chance of, do you think you could so you could probably improve your sensitivity of your propensity model rather than using matching, if you were to maybe do weighting, inverse weighting, then you don't discard so many things. But I think the main issue is the small pseudo R-squared. So whether or not there's more R squared you could squeeze out somehow, I suppose is the question.
Yes, for sure. This is absolutely a good point. And now that the group is created, we want to pursue this aim.
I think you should, yeah. Any other comments from the panel?
Yeah, also I was wondering, this 25% increase in lactates,
yep.
that might be relevant at some values of lactate, but less relevant at maybe lower values. What is your take on that?
Yes, for sure. This is another limitation. Of course, that's something that in such a short time we couldn't manage to be so granular in arriving, discriminating also for absolute values. This is of course this is something that we need to mention.
Nevertheless, I think what you've got is a really nice idea, actually, and something quite different. So, congratulations on that.
We were wondering, yes, is it really helpful, really useful to withdraw so many blood samples and compute and asking for lactates so many times per day? Let's see, maybe yes, maybe no, maybe AI can help us to detect when is the correct time to do this. So this is a practical tool so that tonight's shift in the ICU, I will have some tools more.
And iatrogenic harm is harm, so anything that prevents harm is good. Thank you, Alessandro. That's fantastic. We will move on. Our next speaker, or next team, I should say, is Team 12, Thunder. Team 12 were also working on the atrial fibrillation track. And Tim, hopefully you are there to present your work.
I'm here. I hope you can see and hear me.
We can. Away you go.
And you also got my slides. Well, thank you, Ari. I'm representing Team Thunder. My name is Tim Frenzel. I'm a critical care physician, so not really a data science background. Beg your pardon if I cannot answer the hardcore data science questions. Let me see. Yeah, the slides are moving. Our title was Team Thunder, and we wanted to use Python to better understand arrhythmia regarding atrial fibrillation in this case. And the question we tried to answer was which new atrial fibrillation event will eventually lead to hemodynamic complications in the ICU. What we've been doing in the 4 weeks during this datathon was in the first week actually problem definition, literature research. We did data extraction, target definition the second week, and in the third week we began feature engineering, first models, and we updated our models and our features in the last week. And now I'm presenting you our results so far. What we wanted to do is that we wanted to be kind of sure that this is not chronic atrial fibrillation, but that it's a new episode of atrial fibrillation. That's why we defined that there has to be a window of at least 12 hours with data before atrial fibrillation occurs. We used only the first atrial fibrillation event noted by the nurse in the medical record during the ICU stay. And there had to be some other rhythm, heart rhythm before. And what is complicated AF? And we focused on hemodynamic complication. We defined this as a blood pressure decrease in between the 12 hours before AF and the 2 hours afterwards. And we used those 2 time windows and slightly changing them depending on the parameters to define also an increase in fluid intake as a complication. You can imagine there can be a blood pressure drop, but there might be also an increase in fluid intake to compensate for a blood pressure drop. And there might be also a vasopressor increase to compensate a blood pressure drop. And we regarded also death within the short term of 2 days after atrial fibrillation as a complication, hemodynamic complication if you want. To give you some insight, and you heard a couple of atrial fibrillation talks already now about the data set and the data that we used. There are about 23,000 patients in the data set, about 4,000 have an AFib event during the ICU stay, and about 2,500 patients have a data window of 12 hours before their first event. This is the population that we did use, and about half of the patients did have complications according to our definition. To give you a glimpse of the data that we were using, this is the 12-hour before the first AFib event. And you see, for example, if you're looking at minimal heart rate, there's a kind of a normal distribution, and minimal heart rate is around 60. If you look at the mean of heart rate, this is somewhere around 90. But again, some distribution. And if you look at maximal heart rate, there are also a couple of people being quite tachycardic before actually the actual AFib event. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. So some more insight in our population. About 10% of the patients had a blood pressure decrease. About 35% of the patients had an increase in fluid intake after their first AFib event, and about 25% of the patients had a vasopressor increase, and about 10% of the patients died. What is interesting that there's hardly, looking at that heat map, not such a strong correlation in between those different complications. Besides death and fluid intake seems to, if you want to protect you from death. Same is true for an increase in vasopressors. How did we get to our features? This is the list of features that we used, so kind of the standard set of features. We also tried to use the echo features that are encoded within the Amsterdam database. Amsterdam is pretty keen on echo, so we thought we make use of that. And we aggregated them. You see a list of the aggregations, kind of what everybody was using, also using slope and last. We thought that might be interesting. We had two different approaches, a data-driven and a more clinically driven approach. Data-driven means that we actually dumped the whole database that we could extract in our model. And we also had a more clinically driven where we used our clinical domain knowledge to choose the parameters. And we used different modeling techniques. And in the end, the best performance, I heard that before in one of the AFib talks, was a CAT boost model, a gradient boosting algorithm, in fact. Here some data on the accuracy of the other models, not the CAT boost model. And you see in the different colors, you see that we filtered on parameters that were not filled, the NAN parameters. We thought, because they were imputed, we used different imputation methods, and we thought that imputation might induce too much noise, and that we can improve by filtering on filled parameters. And you see that it actually didn't help in the models that we used. You also see one of the models, which is interesting because you see on the train set, it performs really great, but on the test set, it doesn't. So that was a case of overfitting. What you also see is that here you are actually about as good, little better than flipping a coin. So that did not really help that much. This is our preliminary, if you want, final model. This is the CAT boost model, and we found an area under the curve of about 0.66. So that was better than what we had before. We're not really happy with that yet, but happier than before. And if you look at the precision, in other terms, the positive predictive value, that was 0.94. That was really good. Maybe it's too good. I'm going to talk about that in a second. If you're looking at our SHAP value graph, what you do see is, and we had different graphs for the different models, and what you do see in this one is that in the upper 3, 4, there's cardiac, there's heart rate, there's systolic and diastolic blood pressure, and there's a CVD. And these others, they don't contribute that much. And in other ones, we also had magnesium, for example. I've been talking about that before in other talks. So that looked interesting. Also going to come back to that in a second. To conclude, for now, yes, we can predict hemodynamic complicated atrial fibrillation with a good precision, actually. We are working to improve accuracy, and this is clinically relevant. This was the team. It was quite a mixed team. We had a critical care physician. We had one data scientist joining a little later. We had critical care physicians from France, the Netherlands, Germany, and a technical physician also. This is the quote that we wanted to name data science is 80% preparing data and 20% complaining about preparing data. And these are the points that I wanted to come back to, but we can also discuss them during the Q&A.
Tim, thank you very much. And again, congratulations for looking at something a little bit different, actually, the hemodynamic consequences. PEEP keeps popping up. Did you think about things like PEEP and ventilatory pressures as to whether those might be interesting features? Because can you imagine that someone on very high PEEP or
yeah, I think it's interesting, but I think the difficulty is also again, probably if the PEEP is higher, this is a different patient compared to a PEEP which is lower, and if it's PEEP by itself, I think was it Susanna who was also talking about that? Yeah, we have to be careful in reasoning if there's a causal relationship or not.
Always, yeah. Any comments from the panel?
Tim, I was a bit surprised about when you showed that when you filtered patients on missing dataness, that it did not matter at all for your model performance. And I was wondering, could you elaborate a bit on why that would be the case, or why do you think that is the case in your model?
I think I'm not the data scientist, as I said before, but I think that due to time constraints regarding it's a datathon and it's a virtual event, we did not spend enough time in the data preparation, to be honest. And I think that we could have done better, and we want to do better by preparing the data better. And then this should show improvement. I expect, at least. I guess you agree, right?
Just wondering, I mean, what could the reason could be? Because the interesting part about your chef plot is that frequency was completely at the top right. It was beyond, well, magnitudes beyond all the other features. So I might say that apparently for your model, heart rate was the most important one. And as you mentioned in your last slide, it probably is an effect of data leakage that causes.
Yeah, I'm afraid that this is the case. That was an idea to improve our model, that we also look into change of heart rate as a definition of the time point when AFib occurs. Another option would be what the other team before has been doing, that you have a kind of safety margin of an hour or 90 minutes, what they use. That would be interesting also, if that would help.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Tim. I mean, nevertheless, great progress. And actually, I think there's lots of scope here to carry on. You're right. I mean, a month is actually a really short period of time, particularly when you're not, working virtually in something new. But I mean, good progress. And actually, there may well still be something to look at here. So I would encourage.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you.
All teams to carry on. Thank you, Tim. Okay, and we will move on now to our last abstract, Team 14, which is Team Superbugs. Also on the atrial fibrillation track, and Hugh, I think, will be presenting. Oh no, Bernard. Late substitution.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Bernard Nagler. I'm from Vienna, Austria, and on behalf of my truly international team Superbugs, I'm really proud to take you on a journey exploring atrial fibrillation in critically ill patients. So, as you have probably noticed, that doing some research in the context of Datathon is a little bit different from doing conventional research, because we really took some time and had to take some time to see what's possible with the database and get used to the database. And soon we found that almost 7% of admissions had new-onset atrial fibrillation. We also found that its recurrence was associated with higher mortality. Therefore, we set out to define some clinically meaningful research questions in order to contribute to improving patient outcomes. And these questions were: who had recurrence of AF, which treatment was used, and if the treatment actually affected recurrence of atrial fibrillation. And we soon experienced that it's really dangerous and easy to get lost in the huge amount of data that was provided. So we decided to keep it rather simple And of course, we could have used some fancy machine learning algorithms, but as we already had an arrhythmic storm in our data, we didn't want to end up having an algorithmic storm as well. So we focused on two major treatment modalities for AF. And these were amiodarone and electrical cardioversion. We started doing some rather simple regression analysis, and we compared patients who received therapy with those who didn't receive any therapy at all. And we found indeed that patients who received a rhythm-modifying therapy had a lower risk of AF recurrence. So then we split treatment into two treatment groups. And to our big surprise, we found that patients who received amiodarone actually had a higher risk of AF recurrence than patients who received electrical cardioversion. So when looking at all of our summary tables, we found that interestingly in patients who didn't receive any treatment, the rate of spontaneous conversion to sinus rhythm was really high, and these patients also had a very low ICU mortality compared to patients who received amiodarone, for example. So we had to explore the data a little bit further, and we included some other variables which we thought were clinically relevant to our regression models. And so we found that in patients who received norepinephrine and in mechanically ventilated patients, there also was a higher risk of recurrence. And the same, unsurprisingly, variables had an effect on mortality. So as we only had retrospective data available, of course, we really had to find out whether there was a true treatment effect or if there simply were some significant baseline differences. And contradicting our clinical experience, where we had actually imagined that patients who were more unstable would have been more likely to receive DC cardioversion, in fact, we observed the opposite. So patients who received amiodarone had a higher maximum heart rate during AF, a lower blood pressure, were more likely to be mechanically ventilated, had higher ventilation settings. So the myth that more shocks are given to the shocked patients is busted. Therefore, we try to compensate for any possible baseline differences by applying propensity score adjustment to our model. And our results actually didn't change much. So still, amiodarone had a significant effect on AF recurrence. We also looked at amiodarone dosage, which had a very, very small but significant effect. And our observations concerning ICU mortality also didn't change a lot. So still, we found some effects for all the variables, like amiodarone, mechanical ventilation, and norepinephrine. And we really tried to focus on clinically relevant variables when doing the propensity score matching, so that the results would be meaningful for clinical practice. To conclude, we can propose the following. If you have a patient that has new onset atrial fibrillation, and we have some very good news for you, because first of all, we found that it's actually okay to just wait and observe, because most of the patients who didn't receive any treatment had a high recurrence of a high conversion to sinus rhythm. If you want to treat, use electrical cardioversion. It's more fun anyway. If you want to use amiodarone, be very prudent, especially if the patients are very sick, and if they are mechanically ventilated, and if they receive norepinephrine, because our data showed that there might be a higher risk for mortality. Of course, we still need randomized controlled trials, because of course the data is only retrospective, and also we have to prove, have to analyze if there are relevant side effects of the therapies, for instance, because we didn't take a look at these by our data. So for instance, possibly a thyroid dysfunction when using amiodarone, or myocardial damage when applying DC cardioversion. So if you're interested in our codes, we'll provide links to our analysis on GitHub, which we use for collaboration. And I would really like to thank you for your attention. And I'd like to express my greatest gratitude to my team colleagues, my fellow superbugs from all over the world, and to the organizers for making this amazing event possible. But I'm really looking forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I particularly like your last slide, because it just shows that you have a collaboration that spans the globe and, by the same token, many time zones, and yet you've managed to pull it off. And I guess to sort of come back on your, well, you know, one of the first things you said, which is, you know, it's an artificial distinction between, you know, clever machine, that machine learning is somehow clever and descriptive stuff is not. The important thing is that we gain insights from the data that is useful for us. And I think some of the data that you presented have been particularly interesting. And actually, you have attempted, as much as one can with the retrospective data, to show some causality with propensity matching. And that brings me to my question, which is, how good was your propensity score? How much of the variability did it explain? And did you consider, I mean, you've adjusted for your propensity score, but whether, again, something like inverse weighting might be another, might be a slightly more transparent way of using the propensity score if it was
Yeah, so I have to admit that I'm not a statistician, but I was told that the ROC was 0.8 and the model balance was rather fair. And of course, we considered using different methods like propensity score matching or weighting, but because we only had limited time and collaboration, because you named it, the time zones, for example, were a huge challenge, and we really wanted to keep it simple, and to be able to have some results that are clinically meaningful and easier to interpret.
No, absolutely. Any comments from the panel?
I was just wondering, do you really think that randomized controlled trials remain necessary? Because I would have almost given you all my points except for that last comment.
Actually, you know, our findings are rather striking. So we are very prudent because we wouldn't want to say that a treatment that is given routinely is not as good as one might imagine. So we are a little bit afraid that our data is not enough to really show or to provide clinical guidance alone.
To be controversial, I would suggest that prudence is important in randomized controlled trials as well. So, but I mean, it is a remarkable signal that you found. Very, very interesting work.
Yeah, fascinating.
Thank you. We are a little bit behind time, but we started a bit late as well, so we haven't got dragged on too much. We'll move on to our next speaker. We have another couple of invited presentations. Our next speaker, who I've known for a long time, is Mathieu Komorowski. Mathieu is a senior clinical lecturer at Imperial College in London. He's an intensivist, anaesthetist, and biomedical engineer. Interested in developing support systems. He used to be a research fellow at the European Space Agency, in fact, so it's a wide and varied past. So his interest really sort of brings together expertise in machine learning, critical care to generate medical evidence. And he's going to talk to us today about switching gears from mock-ups to validated AI bedside solutions. And how do we actually take some of these numbers and convert them into something that we can really use for patient care? Mathieu, welcome.
Thank you so much, Ari. Can you guys all hear me okay?
Fantastic, yes.
Wonderful. Right, yeah, so thank you so much for the opportunity to give this invited talk. So we're going to talk about how we can move on from these amazing machine learning models to something that can be used at the bedside. And this is by no means an easy undertaking. So this is a sponsored talk by GE, but I was free to say pretty much what I wanted. So no concern there. But thanks again to Aldo, David, and Mark for all the good discussions we had in preparing this talk. So I'm going to start by maybe one of the most popular machine learning application in healthcare, which is sepsis prediction. If you look in the literature, you find so many papers like this one, where researchers use time series of patient data and try to predict ahead of time when a patient is going to develop sepsis. So you see here this plot in purple the AI for going up something like 12 hours before the patient is labeled as an infected. Okay, lots and lots of papers like this, potentially very, very impactful. If you actually do a Google Scholar search or a PubMed search, you'll find so many hits, so nearly 90,000 hits in PubMed when you type sepsis prediction or sepsis detection. Okay, so ask yourselves, how many of those tools do we actually use in clinical practice? Well, I can tell you in my hospital it's 0. We don't have any. There's actually a literature systematic review, the question done by the team in Amsterdam, so Paul Elbert and all these good folks. And what they have found when they have included in this review is 28 papers, 150 models altogether, and there's only 3 prospective trials and only 1 randomized control trial in sepsis prediction based on machine learning, n equal 142, right? So there's a huge gap between the number of published models and how many were actually prospectively evaluated. In terms of product commercially available, this is the one that comes to my mind, the one that I'm aware of. There might be a few others, but not many for sure. So it's a handful at best, right? Of machine learning tools that you can purchase and install in your local hospital. So this big discrepancy, this big gap, we can start to understand maybe why this is the case if we, for example, we can compare the process of developing drugs by pharmaceutical companies to the process of developing AI-based tools. And what happens in pharma companies, they start with thousands, tens of thousands of drug candidates. And then they select the most promising ones. They put them through preclinical testing, clinical trials, and then they go for regulatory approval. And eventually, a few drugs are approved for clinical use. Well, just think that the same is currently happening with AI-based tools. So we're mostly at the stage of algorithm discovery. Some are doing preclinical testing, sometimes clinical trials, and in the end, down the pipeline, there are a few algorithms that are approved for clinical use. And the FDA has indeed approved now well over 100 companies that are based on AI in the US. Okay, here's another example, which I find really exciting. Here, what the team has done is they analyzed voice calls, so emergency calls to the emergency services to try to detect out-of-hospital cardiac arrests faster than human operators. So the training data set is very large, and they use it's a bit obscure exactly what kind of algorithm they use, because you'll see why in the next slide. But they talk about machine learning framework, and what they found when they described in this original paper is a shorter time to recognition than humans, about 10 seconds faster. I did a lot of digging, and I found a demo of the tool. So I'm going to show you this now. So what you see on the screen, there's 2 parts. So here on the left, you see what the operator does. So there's some keywords that he can click. So you hear is a man answering the phone call. He clicks on some keywords describing the situation. And on the right is what the AI is detecting, predicting, understanding about what's happening. So it's about 20, 30 seconds long, very, 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 very short. You can hear. Patient's not breathing. The AI thinks that it's a male, not conscious. 21 seconds in the phone call, cardiac arrest detected. So after something like 20 seconds, 21 seconds into the phone call, the algorithm has classified this series of information coming from the voice and the answers of the operator as likely having a cardiac arrest. Okay, very, very, very exciting stuff. And as you see, the AI is not answering the phone call. The AI is supporting a human doing his or her job better, faster, more accurately. similarly to the previous one, they have funded a company and proposed this solution as something that you can purchase. This is one of their applications. So look up Corti.ai. They have other products they're working on. I think it's quite interesting. And even more cool, they've done a randomized trial. So this is a few months old only. They randomized calls with a high suspicion of cardiac arrest into either displaying the output of the AI to the operator or not displaying it. So it is an RCT. So unfortunately, it's a negative RCT. There was no difference in terms of percentage of recognition of cardiac arrests. So no better than human alone at this point, but still it's exactly the right mindset, the right way of doing it. So starting with the algorithm, doing the trials, and working towards proposing something that can be purchased and proposed at scale to other institutions in order to have impact, right? So if we take a step back and sort of take a wider angle at what we're trying to achieve here, if you want to develop and deploy those tools, there's 3 big steps. You need data. You need to collect clean data. Very hard to do, and the members of the panel can attest for that. Developing the models, that's probably the simplest part of these 3 steps, and then deploying it. Deploying the model means, to some extent, building products, working on something that people call implementation science. So basically, how do you put science into the design of a tool in order to maximize impact? And change management. When we talk about change management, it is interesting to look at some of the literature, and it's actually there's a fair amount of literature on implementation science in healthcare. This one I think is particularly interesting. It's a systematic review of what healthcare providers thought about clinical prediction rules. Okay, so these rules are stuff like the Ottawa ankle rule, telling you whether you need to do a chest X-ray for a sprained ankle, things like that. So what they ranked, they classified the results in different themes. What they found is that what mattered to clinicians is that those tools had to be useful. They had to have high utility, obviously. They had to be credible, so they had to be trusted. We had to believe that they were doing what the label said on the box. And then they had to be usable. They had to be fit for use. What's interesting is that those 3 themes, they pretty much match 3 phases of the product lifecycle. So if we put things next to each other, it makes a lot of sense. Utility, that relates to the clinical question: what are we trying to achieve? What is the model you're building trying to predict? Model performance relates to credibility. How well was the tool tested? Assessed? Did you do prospective trial? Was it replicated by different teams all over the world? Did you do an RCT? And so on. And then usability relates to building the product, putting science into the implementation, human factors aspects. How do you maximize acceptance and change? We can use a slightly different framework to talk about acceptance, and again, I think this is fascinating. So the idea here is to formalize what aspects underlie the acceptance of a new technology, and there are different proposed models. I think this one is very simple and very demonstrative. Here, so it's called the technology acceptance model. The idea in a nutshell is that the actual use of a new technology relates to the behavioral intention to use. This relates to the perceived usefulness of that tool and the attitude towards the tool that the users have. These 2 last items relate to the perceived ease of use. Okay, so it sounds all very straightforward, but I think it makes a lot of sense. And the exciting part is that all those relationships have been tested experimentally by different teams. And I'm going to show you the example. So this is about acceptance of health IT solutions. There's been lots of studies testing a particular relationship in the TAM, in the technology acceptance model. So for example, the relationship between intention to use and actual use, okay, the first one here, was tested in three experiments, two of which showed that the association was statistically significant. So that association has some evidence that it is actually true, okay? When we look at the strongest one, the ones that have been tested the most, the relationship between the perceived ease of use and the perceived usefulness has 10 out of 12 experiments that were positive. So it's quite a strong relationship. This one, the relationship between perceived usefulness and behavioral intention to use, has all 16 experiments positive. So the strongest evidence in the technology acceptance model is between those three items. What does that tell us? Well, it's very, very useful. I think it's very useful information. It means that if you want to maximize the acceptance of a tool, you need to focus first and foremost on the perceived ease of use and the perceived usefulness. Okay, so it means that work as much as possible in making the tool clear, understandable, easy to become skillful with that system, and requiring a low mental effort. Think about your IT system in my hospital. I think that's not exactly how I would describe it, right? But if it was designed with user acceptance in mind, this is what it would need to achieve. And then perceived usefulness, again, very, very obvious. But the tool has to be useful, has to increase productivity, has to increase job performance and quality of care. And if this is achieved, most likely this will lead to increased acceptance and increased actual use. So to summarize, to wrap up, the machine learning model is exciting. We've done great progress. We've seen today many examples of what these models can do in terms of helping decision in healthcare, improving healthcare. But there's so many aspects, and I would say machine learning is only a small piece of the puzzle if we want to impact patients at scale. And there are lots of things around clinical relevance, integration in the clinical pathway, doing those trials, lots of technical aspects, right, around how do you connect those. That's a simple question, but it's very, very hard to do. How do you connect your algorithm to different EHR? Is your model going to generalize in a different healthcare setting? Is your model explainable? Sometimes it's useful if it's explainable. There are aspects, obviously, around data protection, information governance, trust of the patient as well, that is very important. And I would say there's another bulk of work that has to happen around developing what has to be a medical device eventually, work with regulators, safety assurance, IP, health economics, and so on. So all of this is important. And just to wrap up with an example from my own personal research. So this is, we started working with these people through an NIHR grant that we secured last year, so an AI in Health and Care Award in the UK. And the group is called the London IVD Cooperative, and it's basically a multidisciplinary team with clinicians, with technical people, data science people, experts in human factors, experts in health economics. And the idea is that we all work together with the primary mindset of improving, maximizing acceptance and adoption of the tool. And again, there is a link here with incubators and with the industry. This having part of the mindset of having an exit strategy somehow is very important, because otherwise there's no patient impact. That's it. Thank you. Thanks again for this invitation. Congratulations to the Datathon organizers. Congratulations to the future winners. I think we'll hear about that soon.
We will indeed. Matthew, thank you so much for a really fascinating talk. There was a question in the chat which asking maybe a controversial question, but can these models be harmful?
Yes, yeah, of course. But you know, it's like any. I suppose this is the purpose of. So harmful in what way? Harmful in being expensive. That's one possibility. Harmful in harming people. That's another one. Harmful in de-skilling doctors. You know, that's possible. Harmful in leading to data breaches. Yes. So all of these are risks, right? And this is why we need a structured approach, a systematic approach in developing these tools in you know, with a high quality and respect to for example software development standards, and then again a systematic approach to validating those tools. And I think, you know, we have to be very careful of how we do this. For example, there's no way we would be closing the loop. If I talk about my personal research on fluids and vasopressors in sepsis, there's no way we would be closing the loop and letting the AI choose the drug, the dose of drug at this point in time, because it's too early, right? We need to let the clinician in the loop at this point.
And I guess also it's a question of dangerous compared to what, because there are dangers of not using the data available to us as well, which are perhaps more difficult to quantify, but may well be there. I mean, I have another question that maybe sort of comes on from this idea of reliance and closing the loop and so on. But a lot of kind of consumer, electronics, Alexa, Siri, whatever, they are predicated on this idea that the technology will integrate itself into the way we already live. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't find new ways of doing interesting things with it in the future, but it's very much designed to be as unobtrusive as possible and cool in that kind of way. So my question, though, is that the right approach for medicine, or to what extent do you think actually we as clinicians are going to have to change the way that we work to best make use of the possible advantages we might get from technology in these sorts of technology in the future? Or do you think it is just something that should make itself integrate seamlessly so we don't worry too much?
Well, I mean, if you look at the current state of the IT systems and our relationship with technology in general in the healthcare settings, it's really bad, right? It's I lose hair whenever I try to prescribe a bag of fluids, right? Because it takes me 25 minutes to actually, have it prescribed. And, this is with the clock in my hand, right? It's over 20 minutes by the time you decide to do it from when it's done. So, that relationship probably can only get better. I mean, you would hope, right? Yeah. Because if it gets worse, I don't know where we're going. So, yeah, I hope that and I'm seeing good development. There are more and more products, for example, that we can use on the phone, right? And that is connected to sometimes to our own data, sometimes to patient data. So we have for example, at Imperial, we work with Streams, which allows doctors to review patient data on their phone if they're inside the hospital. We need to find new ways to make IT and technology work for us rather than being enslaved and wasting time.
So maybe it's a bit of both.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Mathieu. Thank you so much for your really interesting talk today. What we'll do, we'll move on now before we announce the winners, much awaited winners of the Datathon. What we'll do is we'll move on to our final invited talk today. And, there have been many disadvantages of COVID and remote working and so on. But one of the advantages is that we can enjoy and make it much easier for people around the world to talk to each other. So it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Matthew Czerpek, who's an Associate Professor of Medicine, Affiliate Faculty in the Department of Biostats and Medical Informatics at University of Wisconsin-Madison. Matt's been well known to the ESICM data science group, as he's essentially part of our counterparts over on the SCCM, the other side of the Atlantic. He's got over 100 publications, been awarded a number of honours. And today he's going to be talking to us on the subject of predicting the future.
Great, thank you very much for that introduction and also for the invitation to speak today. So I've been tasked with discussing really the future of how ICU databases can potentially lead to improve patient outcomes. So these are my disclosures, including research funding, as well as a patent pending through the University of Chicago for risk prediction algorithms for hospitalized patients. So as we know, the number of ICU databases has been increasing, albeit slowly, starting with databases like MIMIC and the EICU Collaborative Research Database, more recently the Amsterdam ICU database, and specifically related to the pandemic and COVID, there are databases that have been released like the N3C database and others. But just as importantly as the number of ICU databases increasing is also the fact that they're becoming more and more detailed. For example, older databases often would only focus on billing data. However, more recent databases have become much more granular and often include things like images, interventions, diagnoses, natural language processing of clinical notes that can be done, as well as physiologic data as well, such as vital signs and labs. So with this increasing granularity, as well as the increasing number of ICU databases available, the question that I was tasked with was really answering how will research databases, ICU databases, lead to improved patient outcomes? And so I think there are several ways where this could happen. I think that one important way is just an improved understanding of disease burden, morbidity, and mortality. Because if you can identify these diseases and understand their burden, that can help direct funding to diseases that need them most. In addition, ICU databases can be used to develop and test models. Furthermore, once you use these models to identify and risk stratify patients, you can also use these databases to understand how these patients are being treated and also to further optimize treatment patterns. Finally, as our last speaker discussed, probably one of the most challenging, but I think maybe the most important aspect of all of this is actually translating models to clinical actions. So I know there's a number of different ways that we can potentially improve outcomes, and these are the ones that I'm going to focus on today. So first, understanding disease burden, morbidity, and mortality. Now, there are a number of famous quotes around this, and I think the bottom line of a lot of these quotes really is that if you can't measure something, it's hard to actually improve it. And you actually need to be able to measure things accurately. And what we found over time is that granular EHR databases are really the best way to accurately determine disease burden. And I think this was highlighted very well in a study from a few years ago by Chano Ree and colleagues, looking at the incidence and trends of sepsis in US hospitals, where they compared a clinical definition based on physician ordering practices versus such as antibiotics as well as culture orders, compared to billing claims data. And what they found was that billing codes are often inaccurate and actually affected by changes in reimbursement incentives. For example, if you look at the adjusted sepsis incidence over time, here with year along the x-axis, you can see that the billing codes actually suggested an increasing incidence of sepsis over time. However, looking at the clinical criteria based on antibiotic ordering and culture ordering, you can see that actually the incidence of sepsis remained relatively stable over time. In addition, if you look at sepsis mortality, looking again specifically at billing data, you would think that sepsis mortality is dramatically increasing over time, year over year. However, again, when looking at the clinical criteria, you can actually see that sepsis mortality is actually not changing very much over time. So really, in order to best identify patients with specific diseases and syndromes, you really need more granular EHR data and cannot rely on billing data alone. In addition, these databases could potentially be used for surveillance purposes. For example, with COVID, there are databases available like the virus COVID-19 registry, where you can look at how many patients are hospitalized across many countries around the world. And in addition, I think just as importantly, you can look to see how are they being treated, what type of respiratory support are they receiving, and how are they doing in terms of outcomes. So this could potentially be used to identify trends over time of not only who's admitted right now, but how are we changing in terms of our treatment patterns and also patient outcomes. In addition, if you have larger ICU databases from many hospitals, you can actually then look at how mortality from different conditions vary from hospital to hospital and what explains that variability in mortality. For example, we recently published a paper looking at COVID mortality across over 100 hospitals in the Stop COVID database in the US. And what we found was if you look at the mortality here along the y-axis and each hospital indexed along the x-axis, you can see that there's a wide range in mortality in the unadjusted results. And in fact, you can see with a median odds ratio of 2, essentially your odds of death vary by a factor of 2 if you're randomly going from one hospital to the next. So we then wanted to understand what was actually explaining the variability in mortality across all these hospitals. So sequential adjustment for patient level factors, such as their physiology and demographics, actually did not change the median odds ratio and variability very much. And it wasn't until we added additional hospital level factors like socioeconomic status, strain, and also the quality of care provided by the hospital, where we actually finally were explaining much more of the variability across hospitals. And so if you understand and can measure the mortality and then understand the causes of variability, again, this can help you understand the disease better and potentially even identify treatments that may be helpful for patients. Another important way that ICU databases could potentially lead to improved outcomes in the future is the development of new models as well as testing of existing models. And a nice example of this was a publication from a couple years ago where this group benchmarked deep learning models for various outcomes using the Mimic3 database. And so one of the things they did in this study was to actually propose a novel architecture called a multimodal deep learning model, where essentially they would combine time-varying variables like heart rate and respiratory rate that change over time with time-invariant variables, for example, like patient age, and then have a shared representation of those in a deep learning model. And by combining these, they suspected that they could even improve accuracy beyond standard architectures in deep learning for EHR data. And in fact, when they compared their algorithm, shown here, the MMDL on the right, to a super learning algorithm, which is essentially an ensemble of a number of different machine learning methods, and then they also looked at this over a number of different feature sets, with A having the most limited number of features, and then feature set C in red having over 100 different features in the model. You can see that the super learner model had an AUC of around 0.85, 0.86 for predicting in-hospital mortality, and it didn't really vary across features, the number of features that were included. Whereas their novel deep learning architecture actually had significant improvement in its discrimination when it was allowed to use the full set. So not only can you develop novel architectures and then test them in these data sets, but also potentially these models could then be used in future care of patients once validated in a clinical setting. Another nice example of developing and testing models is this publication, and here related to early prediction of sepsis in the PhysioNet Challenge from 2019. And one of the things that they did that I think was really important was they actually came up with a novel outcome metric for this data challenge. And this relates to when you want to identify patients with sepsis, there's probably an optimal time of when you want to identify them. For example, identifying them 2 or 3 days before their sepsis episode may not be that helpful, but also identifying them 5 minutes before their sepsis episode may not be as helpful. And so they came up with this novel utility metric. And I think although it's unclear whether this is exactly the right utility metric, I think the idea of developing these more novel metrics that actually relate more to how you might want to actually identify and treat patients in real time, I think is an important concept. So instead of just using AUCs for identification or not, but really taking time into account, which I think is really important in critical care studies, I think was a nice contribution to the literature. In addition, another aspect of this, which I think a number of you, I think all of you in the data challenge have gotten a lot of experience with, and really, I think one of the most challenging aspects of this is actually data harmonization and identifying the right variables for your model. And here in this study, they had data from 3 different health systems, as you can see in the 3 panels. And then you can look at the different variables here along the x-axis and the frequency of collection along the y-axis. And in fact, they can help you identify variables where maybe you don't have all the data you actually need for the model, or at least making sure you're identifying the same variables across the different health systems. For example, you can see here that the amount of missing data for diastolic blood pressure is actually quite a bit more in hospital system A versus the others. And so I think by having more and more of these ICU databases available, we can do better and really develop potentially algorithms in the future for data harmonization so that we're making sure that we have the same variables across each hospital, which is, again, important when you want to implement a system into a new hospital as well. A final aspect of this, which is important, is the more ICU databases that we have available, it increasingly allows us to test external generalizability. For example, in this study, they had test sets from 3 different hospitals, A, B, and C, as shown here, and then the teams ranked along the x-axis in terms of the highest and lowest utility scores and the full data set. And you could see that the scores from going from test set A to test set B actually had a lot of agreement, but often the groups that did best on the first 2 actually did quite a bit worse on test set C. So again, by seeing this and by having these external data sets, you could potentially not only have the ability to externally generalize your model and determine its performance, but also better understand why, for example, in this data, why in hospital C did things not, was it not as accurate? Is it related to differences in collection of the outcome variable or maybe differences in treatment patterns? And that can be, again, helpful as you think about how you might want to implement your score in the future. I think another important aspect of how we might improve outcomes of patients is really understanding and then optimizing treatment for patients. And so I think an important question, I think, which relates to, I think, a number of the talks that we saw today is, can observational ICU databases actually inform treatment best practices? Now, this question was addressed in a study from a few years ago where they compared propensity score analyses from observational studies to randomized controlled clinical trial results. And what they found was, if you look again at the relative risk here along the x-axis in a number of different interventions, as you can see along the y-axis, the 2 pairs, which are the randomized controlled trial and the propensity score results, actually were quite similar across a number of the different interventions you can see here in the critical care literature when comparing propensity score results versus the RCTs. And in fact, if you limited it to studies where there are randomized controlled trials available with at least 200 patients, you can again see pretty good agreement across a number of the different interventions and trials. So this suggests that if you have a very well done propensity score analysis, which typically would involve having detailed EHR data, then you potentially can actually inform treatment practices in the future, or at least supplement randomized controlled trials, or even potentially use them in cases where randomized controlled trials are not available. Now, I think a nice recent example of this is from the Stop COVID group, where they looked at tocilizumab amongst patients with critically ill patients with COVID-19. And what they found in their observational study using inverse weighting analysis, they actually if you look at the mortality along the y-axis and then the time after ICU admission along the x-axis, you can see that mortality was significantly improved with tocilizumab. And in fact, if you compare that to the REMAP-CAP results, again, specifically with critically ill patients, just one note that the axis is switched here. So now we're talking about probability of survival. But essentially, they found the same thing where these IL-6 receptor antagonists had significantly improved mortality for critically ill patients with COVID-19. So again, suggesting that well-done analyses with detailed databases can potentially inform treatment practices. And our last speaker, of course, is well known for this study, which is really, I think, a landmark study in the field around how you can use artificial intelligence methods to learn complex treatments that can vary over time. For example, whether you're giving fluid or vasopressors to patients with sepsis and how much patients should be receiving. Now, importantly, optimizing treatment, though, is very challenging. For example, if you look at the LungSafe study, there's a treatment that we know improves mortality, low tidal volume ventilation with ARDS, and we've known this for over a decade now. But unfortunately, what they found is if you look at the cumulative rate of use of low tidal volume ventilation here along the y-axis with the tidal volumes that were provided along the x-axis, unfortunately, what we're seeing is only about 2/3 of patients are getting low tidal volume ventilation if they have ARDS. So even when we know the treatment, oftentimes it's difficult to actually provide the optimal therapy for patients. And so I just want to end the talk today with talking about what I think is really the most challenging aspect of all of this, which is translating models to action. And I think we really need to do better than these pop-up alerts that we get in the EHR like this to just say, hey, your patient has sepsis. I really think, as our last speaker talked about, we really want to think about how can we make these things more usable and helpful and believable for the clinicians at the bedside. So I just want to go through an example of work that our lab has done in this area where we've gone from model to actual implementation of a machine learning algorithm. So our lab focuses on detecting critical illness. And so if you look at the percent of events detected on the y-axis, which is the percent of patients who have an ICU transfer from the general ward or suffer cardiac arrest, and then the x-axis is the hours before the event, with time 0 being the time of the ward to ICU transfer or the cardiac arrest. What we first looked at was what our current rapid response team was doing in terms of identifying these patients on the ward. And unfortunately, what we found was they were only getting there about an hour or two before the event. So not nearly enough time to actually identify these patients and give them treatments that potentially could be life-saving. In addition, they were only identifying about a third of the patients. So after seeing this, the next thing we did was to develop a statistical early warning score. And this early warning score, which we're calling ECART, we compared it in a 5-hospital study, and you can see the area under the curve here along the x-axis and a number of different outcomes here along the y-axis. And we found that it was had a significantly higher discrimination than the MUSE, a commonly used early warning score for cardiac arrest, ICU transfer, as well as death. So after seeing this in the validation cohort, the next thing that we did was to actually implement it. And instead of actually developing, pop-up alerts, we instead developed a graphical user interface. And so this is an example of the graphical user interface that we use. And you can see that you can actually visualize the patient's risk score as it changes over time here along the main visual panel. You can also see the laboratory values and vital signs that the patient has currently, as well as which values are actually driving the risk score there on your right. And this allows, instead of clinicians having to click 5 different places to find all these values, they can actually have everything right in front of them. And in addition to showing them the score and the contributing factors, we've also developed clinical pathways. And through these clinical pathways, clinicians will repeat their assessment. They can directly screen for sepsis within the pathways. And then they can actually also one-click order directly in the EHR different actions, like activating the rapid response team, consulting different services, as well as doing ordering such as lactate. And because this is all directly in their workflow, even though we don't use any alerts, we're actually finding the pathway utilization is very high. So as you can see over time, for our high-risk patients, who we call the red patients, those patients are being visualized by the nursing staff or physicians at a very, very high rate. Compare this to these pop-up alerts, which are often ignored by clinicians. And this high utilization of the pathways have actually led to decreased cardiac arrests. For example, at University of Chicago, after ECART implementation, we had a significant 50% reduction in cardiac arrest rates since implementation. In addition, we implemented this at 4 Midwest hospitals, and we found significant decrease in sepsis-related mortality in these 4 hospitals. You can see from going from pre-implementation to partial implementation, where all we did was show the score as a pop-up, and then finally to the full integration with the full clinical pathways and graphical user interface. And again, you can see by making it easier through the graphical user interface, that's where we saw the most decrease in terms of the mortality. And overall, we found 1 life saved for every 21 patients monitored. In addition, the overall mortality in these hospitals also decreased by 25%, again, suggesting that it's not that we're identifying less sepsis patients, but actually everyone in the ward is actually seeing a benefit from this implementation. Finally, in a study across 4 hospitals in Illinois at the North Shore Health System, they again did this in a before and after study where they implemented ECART, and they showed a significant improvement in mortality in all their patients, their high-risk patients, as well as their intermediate-risk patients, with a similar number needed to treat of one death by identifying 20 patients. So I think in conclusion, the number and granularity of ICU databases will continue to increase, and I really hope in the future this increase is going to become a lot more rapid than it has been in the past. In addition, ICU databases can be used to understand disease burden, treatment patterns, and to optimize identification and therapy. And then finally, the translation of knowledge and models to the bedside is challenging, but crucial to improving patient outcomes. I just want to thank my collaborators for all of their help with all of these projects, and thank you all for your attention today.
Matt, thank you so much for a really, really great and some really great talk and some fantastic, really beautiful results in terms of actually translating some of this stuff into actual measurable, lives saved. I think what you've really demonstrated, actually, in your talk, and particularly those last results, is that so much of what we do actually isn't particularly data-driven, and that includes, randomized controlled trials. That actually a lot of our, clinical practice guidelines have nothing to do with high-quality randomized controlled trial evidence. And in that context, there are actually things we can do to, given that randomized controlled trials are either impossible or imperfect. There are things that we can really do to come to causality from different directions. And given that our actual practice is not well evidenced and not well data driven, there are things we can do by just making the data more accessible to people so that we can do what we already do better. I think it's really, really nice. Thank you. We're running a little bit short of time, so what I propose that we do, given that everyone is on absolute tenterhooks, is that we proceed to the much awaited prize and award announcements, and I will hand over to Patrick and Maurizio for the announcements.
Yeah, thank you, Ari.
So welcome back for our last part of this meeting. I have to say I've really enjoyed today's presentation from the experts, but in particularly from the teams. And I have to say I went to quite a few conferences in my life, as you can imagine, and this, I was saying to the jury before, is being one of the best sessions of abstracts of research that I've ever seen. I think the quality of the presentations of the 9 teams has been really extraordinarily high, and you should all be congratulated to reach a stage like this. To the extent that we would like to tell you that if you want to work on your proposal over the next weeks and to transform it into something that maybe becomes maybe a research paper, we're not thinking something like that, please feel free, and we encourage you to contact the organizers, because we will be happy to work with you to help you to move things forward. And I would like to remind everyone that we have a very active data science section, so it's a good moment if you enjoy the Datathon, either to join our society and to join the sections, or if you're already a member of the society to join the data science section, so you can carry on with like-minded people working on data. So I'm going to pass the ball now to Patrick Toral with the honor to announce the winners, and thank you all for staying with us today.
Yes, thank you, Maurizio. Well, basically the moment we're all been waiting for. For those of you who don't know, all final teams will be receiving a free entrance to European Society of Intensive Care Medicine Congress of 2021. Or if you already have access, you can have free entrance to one of the master classes this year, or a free membership for next year. And in addition, the winning teams will have a chance to present at the Tech Forum at this year's Congress. And I'll start with saying, that has been mentioned many times before, that I was, well, a lot of us were a bit skeptic or even anxious whether or not this would work, but it worked actually very well. A lot of you worked very hard and produced very great results in the last couple of weeks. But I will not hesitate. I will continue with the winning teams. So, well, I don't have any drums with me, but the third place, so the second runner-up is for Team 7, ICDC. Team 7, I hope you are there. Yeah.
Yes.
Jarne. So, well, excellent work on your project on atrial fibrillation. The jury, say, good work, good model performance, and especially also a novel approach to include an uncertainty model in that performance. And we really think that is good for ultimate acceptance of these kinds of models, that we can build in safeguards for actual clinical implementation. So good, excellent work by you and your team.
Yes, thank you very much. We did our best, and we are really happy to get this the third place for months of work. Thank you.
Okay, good work. Thank you. So the runner-up, second place, is for Team 14 Superbox. Team 14. Yeah, Bernard.
Thank you so much. It was a unique experience, and we are really surprised that we won, and we thank you so much. Yeah.
Well, the jury, I mean, we also thought it was a really clinical relevant approach you guys performed. So no advanced algorithms, but good work, good data science work with an interesting clinical outcome. And well, your work has a lot of potential. So thanks for having you with us. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and then the first place, that will be for team number 2, still a name nobody can pronounce, but that's part of the fun. Ochkatzer-Schwaf. Razvan, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Just between the two of us, I also have difficulties pronouncing our team's name, but yeah, that's not very important now. Yeah, thank you for the award. And I want to thank you again, the team members who put some effort into this, and some of them had quite some long nights last week.
Yeah, I can imagine, because we as a jury, of course, notice your novel approach for tackling the steroids question. We all know that it's really hard to set up. The amount of time it takes, especially considering we've had a relatively short amount of time. So congratulations on all the work you've done in the last couple of weeks.
Thank you.
So to conclude, as Maurizio said, we think it's important that all teams keep working. Just reach out to us if you want to continue working on your model with the Amsterdam CDB data and improving your model. Of course, we also invite all other viewers who were not participants in the datathon to actually access Amsterdam CDB and read our paper on how you could perform a proper de-identification of your hospital data to improve ultimate outcomes for patients. And what has been an excellent, nice journey, and hopefully we'll see you in the next ESICM Datathon in the near future. Thank you all.
Congratulations. Bye-bye. Thank you all.